Chapter 2022. The Land of Infinite Demons was one of the 10 lands of the Yuan realm. It was close to the Yuan mountain and its territory was vast and boundless. Lu Ming stepped onto the teleportation array and first arrived at the teleportation area outside the ancient Sun's sacred land before flying towards the Land of Infinite Demons. The ancient Sun's sacred land was the closest to the Land of Infinite Demons among the 9 sacred lands of the Yuan mountain. After flying for more than 10 days, the demon chi slowly became denser. Then, Lu Ming saw a large river in front of him that ran across the land. This was the Eternal Demon River, which separated the Yuan mountain and the Land of Infinite Demons. It was unknown how long it was, but it was at least 8,000 miles wide. The strange thing was that the water of the Eternal Demon River was black. Only by crossing the Eternal Demon River could one reach the Land of Infinite Demons. Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew towards the other side of the Eternal Demon River. The Eternal Demon River was rich in demon chi and gave birth to some strange monsters. Some of them were very powerful. These monsters were full of dense demon chi. In the Land of Infinite Demons, they were called demonic beasts. In the process of crossing the river, Lu Ming encountered some trouble and was attacked by some demonic beasts. However, Lu Ming rushed through them all. The most dangerous time was when he encountered a huge shark in the Martial Emperor realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming used the divine breathing technique to conceal his aura and luckily escaped. It took Lu Ming 3 days to cross the 8,000 miles distance and truly reach the territory of the Land of Infinite Demons. What a dense demon chi! Lu Ming found that the demon chi in the Land of Infinite Demons was extremely dense. Demon chi was actually a kind of energy of heaven and earth. Cultivators could absorb and refine it. However, if one did not cultivate demonic arts, it would be very difficult to absorb and refine it. It was much slower than absorbing heaven and earth yuan chi. However, if one cultivated demonic arts, absorbing demon chi would be like a fish in water. Their cultivation speed would be faster. Therefore, the Land of Infinite Demons was a paradise for demonic arts cultivators. Most of the cultivators here were demonic arts cultivators. No matter what law they comprehended, their true essence Saint Force contained demon chi. The Land of Infinite Demons is said to have thousands of demon kingdoms. Among them, there are 2 most powerful demon kingdoms. The Eternal Demon Kingdom is one of them. Lu Ming pondered and began to plan his next itinerary. There were countless devil kingdoms in the Land of Infinite Demons. They were divided into low-grade devil kingdoms, mid-grade devil kingdoms, high-grade devil kingdoms, and super-grade devil kingdoms. The ancient devil nation was a super devil nation. It was even stronger than great emperor forces like the He family and the Hung family. It had existed for countless years. Of course, it wouldn't be easy to borrow the treasure of the ancient devil nation. First, he would have to go to the ancient devil nation and get to know the higher-ups there. Only then would he be able to borrow the ancient devil coffin. Lu Ming took out a jade card and sank his spiritual sense into it. A map automatically emerged in his mind. This was the map of the Land of Infinite Demons. This was the map that Emperor Wu Xiong had given to Lu Ming. As an emperor powerhouse, it wasn't strange for him to have a map of the myriad devil land. On the map, the territories of the tens of thousands of demon nations appeared. Lu Ming watched for a while, then rose into the air and flew into the distance. Boom, boom. After flying for a short while, Lu Ming heard a rumbling sound in front of him. There were figures fighting. There were more than 10 figures fighting. Demonic chi billowed, and saber light flashed. The people fighting were divided into 2 sides. However, one side was obviously stronger. Every time the saber light flashed, someone would be killed. In a short while, one side was completely killed. The remaining side was all dressed in black robes and carrying demonic sabers. Their eyes were fierce and filled with ruthlessness. Due to the influence of demonic chi, demonic cultivators had strange personalities. Some of them were ruthless, while others were violent. However, they had one thing in common. Demonic cultivators weren't soft-hearted. They were decisive and ruthless. Take the storage rings of these guys. Quick! One of the leaders shouted as he took the storage rings of those who had been killed. Leader, there's a kid over there. Someone saw Lu Ming and swept a cold glance at Lu Ming. Hee, it's just nice that we have some extra income. Kill him. The leader sneered. Bush. In a flash, 7 or 8 black-robed men surrounded Lu Ming. Kid, hand over your storage ring and we'll leave your corpse intact. One of the black-robed men said coldly. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He didn't expect to be robbed as soon as he arrived in the land of infinite demons. Before he came, he had heard that the land of infinite demons was chaotic. Most demonic cultivators liked to fight, and it was common for them to kill each other. Today, he saw that it was true. However, the strongest of these people was only at the Bright Saint realm. The others were all half-sages. They were overestimating themselves by trying to rob him. Scram! Lu Ming shouted as the aura of a paragon saint burst out. The terrifying aura caused the expressions of the 7 or 8 black-robed men to change drastically. Paragon saint, it's a paragon saint. Senior, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We'll scram immediately. The 7 or 8 black-robed men were terrified. They were almost scared to death. This was only the border of the land of infinite demons. Normally, there wouldn't be any experts here. How could they be so unlucky to have met a young-looking person who was actually a paragon saint? They ran away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With their cultivation, he couldn't be bothered to kill them. This was just a small interlude in Lu Ming's journey to the land of infinite demons. He continued to fly, but what made Lu Ming depressed was that he would encounter robbers every once in a while. Some of them didn't know what was good for them and wanted to attack Lu Ming, but they were easily killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming revealed his Paragon Saint Realm cultivation as he flew. Many of the robbers felt Lu Ming's cultivation and hurriedly ran away. After flying for more than 10 days, Lu Ming passed by a few low-level devil nations. He found that almost all of them were at war. What made Lu Ming even more depressed was that these low-level devil nations didn't have teleportation formations. They could only rely on flying. After flying for a few more days, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he stopped when he flew past a vast devil mountain. He found a valley where the devil chi was shockingly dense. Such dense devil chi is just right for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to absorb some energy. Lu Ming thought. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was almost empty. It needed a large amount of energy to replenish it. The dangers of this trip to the ancient devil nation were unknown. The stronger he was, the better. If the Heavenly Emperor's physical body's energy could be restored to 10%, he would be much more confident. Lu Ming moved his body and headed toward the valley. As soon as Lu Ming got close to the valley, there were beastly roars. A few giant black wolves pounced toward Lu Ming. A great Saint Realm cultivation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These giant wolves had the strength of a great Saint Realm. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, and the giant wolves cried out in pain. They were sent flying and fell to the ground, unable to move. Roar! Chapter 2023. Within the valley, endless roars could be heard. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts charging out of the valley at the same time. The strongest is only a boundary emperor. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward and entered the valley. In front of him, a pack of giant wolves charged toward Lu Ming. There were at least a few hundred of them, including bright saints, great saints, and absolute saints. The giant wolves were all black and exuded a strong demonic aura. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they pounced toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming waved his hand and his saint power condensed into long spears. Bush. The long spears pierced through the air and made a sharp whistling sound. Suddenly, the giant wolves were nailed to the ground by the long spears. Regardless of whether they were absolute saints or great saints, they were all killed in a single move. In an instant, dozens of giant wolves were nailed to the ground. The other giant wolves could not help but stop in their tracks. Since it had reached the Saint Realm, the giant wolves naturally had high spiritual intelligence. At this moment, they were looking at Lu Ming in horror. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like 2 pitch-black vortexes. Lu Ming cast the sole illusory skill. At this moment, in the eyes of the many giant wolves, he seemed to have transformed into a god of death, slaughtering all living beings. Woo woo! The rest of the giant wolves cried out in fear and slowly retreated. At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the valley, causing the entire valley to shake violently. Lu Ming saw that there was a huge cave in the depths of the valley. At this moment, a giant wolf walked out of the valley. This giant wolf was at least 100 meters tall, like a small mountain. Its body was black as if it was made of steel. Its demonic aura was extremely dense. Boundary Emperor. This giant wolf was at the Boundary Emperor realm. Lu Ming had sensed it before. Obviously, this giant wolf was the king of this group of giant wolves. It stepped out and swept its cold gaze across the group of giant wolves, causing them to tremble slightly and crawl down. Human, you're courting death. The giant wolf king looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice. The next moment, the giant wolf king's forelegs kicked, and its huge body pounced toward Lu Ming, casting a large shadow. In the blink of an eye, the giant wolf pounced in front of Lu Ming. Its sharp claws were like knives clawing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His saint power surged, and his body suddenly rushed out like a beam of light, unbelievably fast. In the next moment, Lu Ming arrived at the head of the giant wolf and smashed down with his fist. Boom! The punch landed directly on the wolf's head, causing it to wail in pain. Its huge body fell to the ground and smashed heavily into the ground. The earth trembled and the valley rumbled continuously. A huge crater appeared on the ground. Lu Ming hadn't used his full strength in this punch, so the giant wolf didn't die. It roared and struggled madly. Lu Ming stomped down, causing the giant wolf to wail. Its head smashed into the ground again, creating a huge crater. If you continue to resist, I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. His entire body emitted an extremely cold killing intent. The giant wolf king shuddered. It knew that it was far from being a match for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to kill it, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Human, what are you trying to do? The giant wolf king asked. I'm going to cultivate here for a while. After a while, I'll leave. You guys wait outside. If you don't agree, I'll kill all of you. I can still cultivate here. Lu Ming said coldly. Are you really going to leave after a while? The giant wolf king asked. Nonsense, who would be willing to stay in this lousy place for long? Lu Ming curled his lips and took a step forward, walking toward the cave in the depths of the valley. In that cave, the demonic chi was extremely dense. The giant wolf king howled several times, but in the end, it could only lead the wolf pack outside the valley. Such dense demonic chi. Lu Ming walked into the cave and raised his eyebrows. The demonic chi here was denser than he had imagined. It was almost tangible. That's a demonic origin fruit. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a small tree growing on one of the walls of the cave. On the small tree, there were 3 pitch-black fruits. The Great Pill Development Hall focused on refining elixirs. Naturally, Lu Ming had also read a large number of books in the Great Pill Development Hall. He was very familiar with all kinds of precious medicinal herbs and all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. Naturally, he recognized this fruit at one glance. Demonic origin fruit was an extremely rare and precious fruit. It was very useful for demonic cultivators. Consuming it could purify demonic chi and increase one's strength. However, these 3 fruits were clearly not fully ripe yet. But from the looks of it, they were not far from ripening. According to records, demonic origin fruits can only grow in places with dense demonic chi. To be able to grow demonic origin fruits here, it's extraordinary, Lu Ming thought to himself. Then he looked around the cave. The cave was very large and led all the way inside. Lu Ming walked into the cave. Soon he made a discovery. There was a small pool. The water was as black as ink and bubbles constantly emerged. The water was filled with extremely dense demonic chi. This is a demonic pool. There's actually a demonic pool here. No wonder the demonic chi is so dense. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. A demonic pool was the birthplace of demonic chi. There would be an endless stream of demonic chi gushing out. Although this was only a small demonic pool, the demonic chi it contained was already very dense. No wonder it could produce demonic origin fruits. No wonder there was a pack of giant wolves guarding this place. With a thought, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body appeared here. Immediately, Lu Ming operated his cultivation method to control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and began to absorb the demonic chi here. The demonic chi here was extremely dense. The effect was even better than directly absorbing the origin stones. The surrounding demonic chi frantically gathered toward the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, turning into energy for storage. Just like that, time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. The energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had reached about 3%. This speed was already very fast. Back then, Lu Ming had spent more than half a year to store the energy of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to 12%. On this day, a group of people arrived outside the valley. These people carried demonic sabers on their backs. Their bodies emitted a ferocious aura, and their eyes were like sharp blades. Counting the days, the demonic origin fruits here are about to ripen. It's time to harvest them. A burly man in the lead said. This person's aura was very strong. He was a quasi-emperor. However, there's a pack of demonic wolves residing in this valley. It's not easy to deal with them. Another person said, what's so difficult about it? This pack of ink wolves only has one quasi-emperor ink wolf, while we have 3 quasi-emperors. It's enough to annihilate this pack of demonic wolves. The burly man in the lead said coldly, that's right. Wait a little longer and we'll kill our way in. Another quasi-emperor said. These people began to wait outside the valley. Chapter 2024. Young Master, it's the demonic Saber Mountains people. What should we do now? An old man asked a young master in the clouds. This young master wore embroidered clothes and had a dignified look on his face. That's easy. Let's wait for the demonic Saber Mountains people to fight the huge wolves in the valley first. Then we can just sit back and reap the benefits. The young master smiled faintly. Young master is wise. The people beside the young master immediately flattered him, making the young master feel good. In the blink of an eye, another half a day passed. Attack! At the valley entrance, the demonic Saber Mountains leader waved his hand. Then, their figures flashed as they charged into the valley. The moment they charged into the valley, the huge wolves in the valley discovered them. Immediately, several hundred huge wolves charged at the demonic Saber Mountains people under the lead of the huge Wolf King. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 quasi-emperors charged at the huge Wolf King from demonic Saber Mountain. The other quasi-emperor charged at the other huge wolves with the rest of the demonic Saber Mountain. The valley immediately descended into a chaotic battle. Although the demonic Saber Mountain had fewer people, they were clearly stronger. The people here were at least great sage. Half of them were absolute sage. Under the lead of a quasi-emperor, a large number of huge wolves were killed. Under the joint attacks of 2 quasi-emperors, the huge Wolf King was at a complete disadvantage. Naturally, Lu Ming heard the commotion outside. However, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not go out. Instead, he continued to control the Heavenly Emperor's body to absorb demonic chi. Soon, the sounds of the battle outside gradually died down. Under the joint attacks of the 2 quasi-emperors, the huge Wolf King's head was chopped off by the other party's leader. Most of the other huge wolves were killed as well. The remaining ones scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing this place. Demonic origin fruit. The demonic Saber Mountains leader revealed a greedy expression as he looked at the cave Lu Ming was in. You think you can obtain the demonic origin fruit with just you? At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the valley. Following that, a group of people charged into the valley. It was the group of people in the clouds earlier. The demonic Saber Mountains leader's expression changed. He looked at the young master's group warily and asked, Master, who are you people? Do you know this one? A pitch-black token appeared in the young master's hand. When the people of Demonic Blade Mountain saw this token, their expressions changed drastically. You are from the ancient Devil Nation. The leader of the Demonic Blade Mountain roared. The Eternal Devil Nation was a super devil nation. Everyone knew that there were only 2 super demonic kingdoms in the entire land of infinite demons. Each of them was shockingly powerful, and the demonic Saber Mountain had no chance against them. So it's the experts from the ancient devil nation. Excuse me. Since you've taken a fancy to the demonic origin fruit, we'll let you have it. The demonic Blade Mountain's leader squeezed out an ugly smile, feeling very unwilling. Why would my Aeon Luo nation need you to give in to me? What I want is to take it. Attack, kill all of these pieces of trash. The young man's indifferent voice sounded. Kill. The people around the young master immediately charged towards the people of demonic Blade Mountain. Charge out. The leader of the demonic Saber Mountain roared and transformed into a demonic saber, wanting to rush out. But in the next moment, 2 figures blocked in front of him. Boundary Emperors. Both of them were Boundary Emperors. What made him despair was that the other 2 Boundary Emperors of the demonic Saber Mountain faced the same situation as him. They were blocked by 2 Boundary Emperors. The young master had brought a shocking number of experts, and there were at least 6 Boundary Emperors. We've already given up the demonic origin fruit. Why are you still so ruthless? The leader of the demonic Saber Mountain roared unwillingly. Ah, what a joke. You're born in the land of infinite demons, yet you still ask such a question. Kill. The young master shouted, and his subordinates charged towards the people of the demonic Saber Mountain. The people brought by the young master were obviously stronger. Immediately, the people of the demonic Saber Mountain were killed one after another. There was no suspense in this battle. Not long after, the people of the demonic Saber Mountain followed in the footsteps of the giant wolf. In fact, they were even more miserable than the giant wolf. None of them managed to escape, and all of them were left here. In the land of infinite demons, such a battle was too common. Especially when treasures were involved, the battle would be even more tragic. Therefore, the demonic cultivators of the land of infinite demons generally had stronger combat strength. In a battle of the same level, their combat strength was probably stronger than the people of the Yuan Mountain land. The young master put away the storage rings of the people of the demonic Saber Mountain and smiled coldly, not caring at all. Then he led the group into the cave. Entering the cave, their eyes lit up. 3 demonic origin fruits. They're not ripe yet, but they'll be ripe in half an hour. An old man judged. Why is the demonic chi here rushing into the cave? Suddenly, some people discovered a problem. The demonic chi here was gathering towards the cave. This was obviously not normal. They had sent experts in to investigate and knew that there was a demonic pool in the depths of the cave. The demonic chi should be spreading towards the outside. There's someone inside. A thought appeared in everyone's mind. In particular, the young master's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. Let's go take a look. The young master said coldly. Everyone walked into the cave. Soon, they arrived at the demonic pool and saw Lu Ming. Billowing demonic chi was constantly gathering towards the heavenly emperor's body. After more than 10 days of absorption, the demonic chi in the demonic pool had almost dried up. This stone golem is so mysterious. It can actually absorb demonic chi continuously. The demonic chi in the demonic pool is about to dry up. Could it be that the stone golem is absorbing it all? It's a treasure. Everyone was discussing. The young master's eyes flickered with greed. Kid, you actually dare to secretly absorb the demonic chi here. You're courting death. The young master said coldly. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and casually glanced around. He spat out a word, scram. These words caused the young master's face to instantly darken. Kid, you're courting death. Young master, I'll go kill him. A burly man of the sage realm said. Cripple him first and see what secrets he has. The young master ordered. Understood. The burly man of the sage realm nodded. Then his body moved, and like a goshawk pouncing on its prey, he pounced towards Lu Ming. His claws were like knives, grabbing towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Kill. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. 2 rays of sword light shot out from his eyes and charged into the body of the burly man of the sage realm. The burly man of the sage realm screamed as his body fell to the ground. After twitching twice, he stopped breathing. The young master and the others' expressions changed. With a shout, a sage realm expert had died. What kind of technique was this? Young master, be careful. This kid isn't simple. Chapter 2025. Not simple? How old does he look? How strong can he be? Is he stronger than a boundary emperor? Let's attack together and destroy his cultivation. I want him to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy like a dog. The young man roared. Kill! As soon as the young man finished his words, his subordinates stepped forward one after another. Their powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He originally wanted to continue controlling the Heavenly Emperor's body to absorb the demonic qi, but now he had to stop. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Emperor's body was put away. Lu Ming stood up and a powerful aura spread out. You're just a saint. A boundary emperor shouted coldly and rushed toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. He attacked quickly, but Lu Ming was even faster. He pointed out with his finger. With this point, a terrifying whistling sound rang out in the space as if the space was about to be pierced through. All of the boundary emperor's attacks and defenses were fragile under this finger. No, when the boundary emperor saw Lu Ming's finger magnifying in front of his eyes, he was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but he found that it was too late. Lu Ming's finger tapped the man's glabella. A terrifying force was emitted and the man's head was directly penetrated. Under this attack, his soul was turned into ashes. Not only that, the force of the finger continued to shoot back with a wisp of blood, penetrating a few more boundary emperors. The remaining boundary emperors gasped, and their expressions changed drastically. Killing a boundary emperor with a single move. This combat strength was too terrifying. Attack together, attack together. The young man roared crazily. Boom, boom. Everyone exploded. At least 7 boundary emperors and some saints attacked. All kinds of attacks flooded toward Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, a halo appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was the light of chaos. This is the light of law. The light of chaos. This person is the son of chaos. The son of chaos. Many people screamed in horror. It was simply inconceivable. The young man they had randomly encountered here was actually a son of chaos, and he had even cultivated the light of chaos. Lu Ming's light of primal chaos revolved around his body. The surrounding attacks had no effect on him at all. They were all blocked by the light of primal chaos. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged at the 2 quasi-emperors, jabbing out 2 fingers consecutively. These 2 quasi-emperors followed in the footsteps of the previous quasi-emperor. They were pierced by the finger force and died here. Let's go, let's go. Young master, leave quickly. The remaining people roared in fear. How could they dare to continue fighting with Lu Ming? The son of chaos who had cultivated the light of law was too terrifying. They were no match for him at all. Staying behind would only lead to death. At this moment, that young master was already scared out of his wits. A quasi-emperor pulled him along as they ran outside. All of you stay, Lu Ming said coldly. As his figure flashed, he jabbed out with another finger and killed another quasi-emperor. Lu Ming moved as fast as lightning. Every time he jabbed out, he could kill a quasi-emperor. Ordinary quasi-emperors could only be instantly killed by Lu Ming. The young master had brought a total of 8 quasi-emperors. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming killed 7, leaving only the last quasi-emperor to flee with the young master. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, Lu Ming instantly jabbed out dozens of times. The entire sky was filled with finger shadows and finger forces. As the finger forces swept out, the remaining quasi-emperors all fell here. Since these people wanted to kill Xiaochen, he did not show mercy. Furthermore, these quasi-emperors looked like they had extraordinary backgrounds. Lu Ming had just arrived in the land of 10,000 demons. If he let these people leave, they would definitely seek revenge. This would be extremely detrimental to Lu Ming's future plans. Hence, he could only kill. The quasi-emperors fell one by one. Soon, only the young master and that quasi-emperor remained. At this moment, the young master's complexion was snow-white, without any trace of blood. Although the quasi-emperor had already brought him out of the cave, they were still intercepted by Lu Ming in the valley. "Don't kill me. I'm from the ancient devil nation. Killing me won't do you any good." The young master roared. "It won't do me any good if I don't kill you," Lu Ming said coldly. Then he jabbed out a finger. A huge chaotic calamity finger was formed, crushing toward the young master and the last quasi-emperor. The young master roared and unleashed his full strength. He was in the Supreme Saint Great Success realm. Moreover, his spiritual body was a superior earth spiritual body. He could be said to be a rare genius. Moreover, he took out an emperor weapon to block with all his might. It was obvious that this person's identity was extraordinary. All the more reason he should not be left alive. The chaotic calamity finger crushed the two quasi-emperors. Their resistance was futile. Under the chaotic calamity finger, they turned into ashes. Next, Lu Ming's figure flashed and collected everyone's storage rings. Of course, Lu Ming also collected the young master's emperor weapon. Then, Lu Ming waited there for half an hour. Half an hour later, the demonic origin fruit ripened. Lu Ming plucked the demonic origin fruit and soared into the sky, leaving the place. It was not wise to stay there for long. Who knew if the forces behind the other party would come looking for him? Anyway, the demonic chi in the demonic pool was almost completely absorbed. The energy stored in the heavenly emperor's body was close to 4%. It was a great harvest. Then, Lu Ming flew at full speed toward the nearest medium-sized devil nation. A medium-sized devil nation should have a teleportation formation. The land of infinite devils was vast and boundless. It was not smaller than Yuan Mountain. Who knew how long it would take to fly to the ancient devil nation? After flying for a few days, Lu Ming, who was flying, suddenly stopped. That was because there was a purple-black-red light in front of him that was flying toward him rapidly. Lu Ming could see it from afar. It was a beautiful woman. She was wearing a tight purple dress that showed off her voluptuous figure. She was a seductive woman. But at this moment, the woman was a little panicked and was flying rapidly. Behind the woman, streaks of light streaked across the sky and flew towards her. Obviously, the woman was being chased. At this moment, the woman also saw Lu Ming. She continued to fly toward Lu Ming and said, "Help me block those people behind me. I won't treat you unfairly." Although her expression was a little panicked, there was still a trace of cold arrogance in her voice. In Lu Ming's ears, it was as if she was ordering him to do something. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He retreated and flew in another direction, distancing himself from the beautiful lady. He was not related to the woman, so he did not want to meddle in her business. "Help me quickly. I will reward you handsomely. Whatever you need, just tell me." Chapter 2026. The young lady was being chased by the enemy. Although Lu Ming looked young and might not be that strong, as long as he could hold them off for a while, she would have a better chance of escaping. "I'm sorry, but I don't have the strength to help you." Lu Ming shook his head and retreated even faster, pulling away from the beautiful lady. Seeing that Lu Ming wasn't willing to help her, the beautiful lady could only grit her teeth and fly in another direction. Before she left, she glared at Lu Ming, as though blaming Lu Ming for not helping her. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. His goal was to go to the ancient devil nation. He didn't want to be a busybody. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful lady disappeared from his sight. The pursuers behind her also chased after her. To Lu Ming, this was just a small interlude. He continued on his way and flew towards the nearest intermediate devil nation. After a few days, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the intermediate devil nation. This intermediate devil nation did have a teleportation circle. "Where do you want to go?" A burly man in charge of the teleportation circle asked Lu Ming. "I want to go to the capital of the ancient devil nation." Lu Ming said, "The capital of the ancient devil nation? Kid, aren't you from the land of infinite devils? Intermediate devil nations like us don't have the qualifications to teleport directly to the capital of the ancient devil nation. If you want to go to the capital, you have to go to a high-grade devil nation and go from there." The burly man said. There was such a rule? Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed like he could only go to a high-grade devil nation and go from there to the capital of the ancient devil nation. Alright, I'll go to the high-grade devil nation first. Lu Ming said. The nearest high-grade devil nation is the Yura Kingdom. I suggest you go to the Yura Kingdom first. The burly man said. Alright, thank you. Lu Ming clasped his fists and paid the teleportation fee. He then stepped into the teleportation circle. In the next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the teleportation array and arrived at another place. Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation circle and asked around. He found that he had already arrived in the Yura Kingdom. This was a citadel outside the capital of the Yura Kingdom. The Yura Kingdom is one of the top 10 devil kingdoms in the land of infinite demons. They are extremely powerful. Why don't I go to the capital of the Yura Kingdom and ask about the Eternal Devil Kingdom? Lu Ming pondered. The Yura Kingdom was one of the top 10 devil kingdoms in the land of myriad devils. There was no need to doubt its strength. Lu Ming wanted to see just how strong the top forces of the land of myriad devils were. That way, he would be able to judge the overall strength of the land of myriad devils. Furthermore, even if he were to go to the capital of the ancient devil kingdom right now, he wouldn't know where to start. He couldn't just run to the capital of the ancient devil nation and yell that he wanted to borrow the ancient devil coffin, right? If he did that, he would be lucky if they didn't kill him. Therefore, he needed to plan for the long term. Thinking of this, Lu Ming did not go to the capital of the ancient devil nation. Instead, he flew to the capital of the Yura Kingdom. The capital of the Dark Azura Devil Kingdom was abnormally majestic, vast. Whether it was the city walls or the buildings inside, most of them were built with a kind of pitch-black stone that was filled with a domineering aura. Lu Ming walked on the streets of the Yura Kingdom and found that there were a lot of experts here. Each of them was emitting a demonic aura and a baleful aura. Lu Ming secretly observed and found that there were many Sage Realm experts and quasi-emperors. They could even see martial monarchs emitting emperor's might walking on the streets. Lu Ming found that the quality of experts in the land of myriad devils was higher than in the primordial mountain. Kid, it's you. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice sounded. At the same time, a cold aura shrouded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming frowned. The voice just now was obviously targeted at him. However, he had just arrived in the Yura Kingdom and did not know anyone. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. It's her. Lu Ming was stunned. Not far away, a beautiful woman in a tight purple dress was looking at Lu Ming coldly. Wasn't this woman the one who was being chased a few days ago and asked Lu Ming for help? He did not expect to meet her here. This was too much of a coincidence. Lu Ming was speechless. The young woman's aura was very cold and it shrouded Lu Ming. It's the first princess. Who is that kid? He seems to have made the first princess unhappy. He's finished. Around them, many people stopped to watch and discussed. First princess? Lu Ming was speechless. Could this person be the first princess of the Yura Kingdom? First princess, is this the person who left you in the lurch? There were a few people beside the beautiful woman. One of them was a young man. Yes, it's him. The first princess replied coldly. At that time, he was being chased by the enemy and met Lu Ming. He asked Lu Ming for help, but Lu Ming did not help him. Fortunately, he met with reinforcements later and escaped danger. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming in the Yura Kingdom. Thinking of Lu Ming's attitude at that time, a cold light flashed in the first princess' eyes. Leaving the first princess in the lurch? I'll go and cripple him. Behind the first princess, a skinny old man said coldly. His figure moved and he rushed towards Lu Ming. A demonic palm print blasted towards Lu Ming, bringing gusts of wind with it. The first princess did not stop him. She just watched indifferently. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He also blasted out a palm and collided with the skinny old man's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the skinny old man's body shook violently. His body flew back at an even faster speed and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Lu Ming had shown mercy. He had just arrived and did not want to cause trouble. Otherwise, the skinny old man would have been dead. Many people were shocked. That skinny old man was a supreme saint, but he was injured by Lu Ming in one move. This young man's combat power is not weak. Many people thought. How dare you fight back? You're courting death. The young man beside the first princess shouted coldly. His gaze was as cold as a blade. He took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming like a phantom. Lu Ming frowned, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. In the wilderness, he met the first princess. He was not related to the first princess, so why did he save her? It was his freedom to save her or not. But now, the other party wanted to cripple his cultivation and even kill him because of this. How domineering! Boom! The young man attacked. He also blasted out a palm. His palm power was like a landslide, pressing towards Lu Ming. This young man was very strong. He was many times stronger than the skinny old man. Not only had his cultivation reached the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, but he also had a superior spiritual body. Get lost! Lu Ming frowned and shouted. He also blasted out a palm. Dark lightning flashed in his palm. His palm collided with the other party's palm print. The result was almost the same as the skinny old man's. Chapter 2027. Many people were stunned as they looked at the young man who was twitching on the ground. This young man was no ordinary person. He was very famous in the Yura Kingdom. He was the son of the Grand Marshal of the Yura Kingdom. His name was Ji Peng, and his name was known throughout the Yura Kingdom. In the Yura Kingdom, Ji Peng was considered one of the top geniuses among the younger generation, except for a few people with king bodies. Someone once made a list of the top 10 geniuses in the Yura Kingdom, except for those with king bodies. Ji Peng was ranked 9th among the top 10 geniuses. Of course, Ji Peng was ranked after the king body, but it was still not a trivial matter. But now, Ji Peng was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Lu Ming's strength was absolutely amazing. Who is this person? He looks very young, but he has such combat power. He's even stronger than Ji Peng. Could it be that he has a king body? It's not a king body. When he attacked just now, there was a flash of demonic lightning. It should be the law of demonic lightning, not the king body. In the Yura Kingdom, apart from those with king bodies, this person can be ranked in the top 10 or even the top 8. Some of the onlookers were whispering. That's right. Lu Ming did not use the law of primal chaos, nor did he use the law of array. Instead, he used the law of primal chaos to transform it into the law of demonic lightning. He used the law of demonic lightning to cover his saint power, making him look like a demonic cultivator. The eldest princess looked at Lu Ming with surprise. Lu Ming's strength was stronger than she had imagined. At this moment, Ji Peng turned over and stood up. Cold, murderous intent erupted from his body as he roared, "Kid, I didn't use my full strength just now. Come again and I'll kill you." Ji Peng roared, and his aura became even more violent. Just now, he was careless and did not use his full strength. He did not even use his divine art, which was why he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. He had already shown mercy, but the other party did not know when to back down. So, he could not blame him for not being polite. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes. "Alright, stop." At this moment, the first princess's voice rang out, causing Ji Peng to freeze. "First princess, this person is too audacious. He even dares to hit the princess's people. Let me cripple him." Ji Peng's gaze was cold. He did not want to let Lu Ming off just like that. He didn't use his full strength just now. If we really fought, you might not be his match. Both of you would only suffer. You should leave first. I have something to ask him. The first princess said. "Eldest princess, let us leave." "What if this brat makes a move?" an old man said worriedly. "You think he can hurt me?" The first princess countered. The others didn't say anything. With the first princess's strength, how could this person hurt her? "Then take care of yourself, first princess." Ji Peng's eyes flickered a few times, and then he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Kid, consider yourself lucky today. I'll spare your life." After saying that, he led the others away. "Goodbye." Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. He instinctively felt that this eldest princess was not a good person, and he was too lazy to have anything to do with her. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The Grand Princess moved and chased after Lu Ming like a ray of light. She was as light as a feather. Lu Ming frowned and soared into the sky. However, the first princess also soared into the sky and followed Lu Ming. First princess, what are you trying to do? Lu Ming stopped and asked with a frown. Your strength is not bad. I can feel that even if Ji Ping used his full strength to fight with you just now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be your match. Join me and be my guest. The first princess spoke, her expression still carrying a trace of cold arrogance and loftiness. Not interested. Lu Ming turned and left. I won't let you be my guest forever. As long as you work for me in these 3 months, you can leave after 3 months. The first princess continued to speak, but Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. A cold light flashed in the first princess' eyes. If not for the fact that she was in urgent need of talents recently, she would have already attacked Lu Ming for treating her with such an attitude. I won't let you do anything dangerous. I just want you to help me fight against the geniuses of the Yuluo Empire 1 month later. You can name any conditions you want. The first princess continued to follow. Oh! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped and looked at the first princess. I can name any conditions? As long as it's not too much. The first princess said. I want to know someone from the ancient Devil Nation's imperial family. Can you introduce me? Lu Ming said. If the first princess could introduce someone from the ancient Devil Nation's imperial family to him, it would save him a lot of trouble and he could agree to it temporarily. Besides, the first princess only wanted to be his guest for 3 months and fight against the geniuses of the Yuluo Empire. This was not a big deal for Lu Ming, so there was no harm in agreeing. And here I thought it was something big. The Emperor of the Ionic Devil Kingdom just recently passed another tribulation of heaven and earth. In 3 months, he'll be holding a grand banquet. Countless devil kingdoms will be there to celebrate, and the serene Azura Devil Kingdom will be there as well. Of course, we'll be able to recommend you. The first princess said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The king of the ancient devil nation had just passed a great tribulation and was going to hold a grand banquet. This was an opportunity for Lu Ming. All right, I agree to be your guest, but only for 3 months. If you ask me to fight against martial monarchs, I can only refuse. Lu Ming said. Don't worry. Why would I ask you to fight against martial monarchs? Seeing Lu Ming agree, the first princess smiled. Take this guest elder token. A token appeared in the first princess' hand and she threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and put it away. Come with me to the first princess residence. I will arrange a place for you. The first princess said. Lu Ming nodded. The first princess residence was very spacious. The first princess arranged a courtyard for Lu Ming. It was very big and quiet. On the way, Lu Ming learned that the first princess' name was Yuning. After arranging a place for Lu Ming, the first princess left. In the next few days, Lu Ming secretly asked around and learned a lot. It turned out that when the Yura Kingdom was founded, it was jointly founded by 2 great Devil Path clans. However, after the founding of the Yura Kingdom, it became a problem as to which clan would be in charge of the Yura Kingdom. It was stipulated that every 10,000 years, the 2 clans would send out geniuses of the younger generation to fight. The winner would continue to rule the Yura Kingdom for 10,000 years. As for the first princess, Yuning, she belonged to the Yu family. The Yu family had been in control of the Yu Luo Devil Kingdom for 20,000 years. There was only a month left before the samsara that occurred once every 10,000 years arrived. The geniuses of the 2 great families would compete to determine which family would be in control of the Yu Luo Devil Kingdom. Therefore, the first princess Yuning had been secretly gathering geniuses to increase her strength. Chapter 2028. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming cultivated in peace in the first princess residence every day. Now, his law of primal chaos had reached 97%, and his law of array had reached 99%. It could be said that he was very close to perfection, but the closer he was to perfection, the harder it was to improve. Many people's laws stopped at 99% for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Even the stellar river had stayed there for a long time. To break through, one needed to accumulate. When one's comprehension of the laws was enough, success would naturally follow naturally. On this day, while Lu Ming was cultivating, Ji Peng led a few people into the first princess residence with a gloomy face and walked towards the courtyard where Lu Ming lived. Ji Peng's identity was not trivial, so naturally, no one stopped him. After arriving at Lu Ming's courtyard, Ji Peng directly kicked the door open and walked in with a gloomy face. "Lu Ming, get out here!" Ji Peng shouted coldly. In the room, Lu Ming, who was cultivating, opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming walked out of the room unhurriedly and saw Ji Peng looking at him coldly. More than 10 days ago, Lu Ming sent him flying with a palm in public, causing him to twitch on the ground and lose face. During this period, he had been brooding and looking for an opportunity to take revenge. Later, when he heard that Lu Ming had become the first princess guest, he was even more furious. After enduring for a few days, he finally couldn't help but look for Lu Ming. "Kid, I know your purpose. You want to become the first princess guest and get close to her. Now I'll give you a chance, get out of the first princess residence." Ji Peng said coldly. "The first princess asked you to come?" Lu Ming said. "There is no need for the first princess to instruct me on this matter." Ji Peng said. "I'm the first princess guest, not yours. Since the first princess didn't ask, then who are you to make me leave?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. These words caused Ji Peng's expression to become even gloomier. "Brat, you'd better get out yourself. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs and throw you out." Ji Peng said coldly. "Scram." Lu Ming coldly spat out a word. He had already lost his patience. "Brat, what kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to the second young master like that? I'll cripple you." Beside Ji Peng, a burly man rushed over and punched towards Lu Ming's dantian. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. The burly man was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. He punched out, and the terrifying fist force made the space around him shriek. Sizzle! Lu Ming circulated the law of primal chaos and converted it into the law of demonic thunder. Lightning swam around his body as though he was wearing a lightning armor. Whoosh! With a flash, Lu Ming punched out, meeting the burly man's fist. Sizzle! Lightning spread out and instantly destroyed the burly man's attack. Black lightning covered the burly man's body, and he couldn't help but retreat. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward and slapped the burly man's body. The burly man was sent flying and fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. The eyes of Ji Peng and the others glistened. Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than they had imagined. A peak absolute saint was defeated in 2 moves. Even Ji Peng himself might not be able to do so. "Let's attack together." Ji Peng roared. His body was like a rock spreading its wings as he flew towards Lu Ming. He shook his arms and a mysterious light shone from them. They were like the wings of a rock or 2 heavenly blades. 2 rays of light shot out towards Lu Ming. This was his divine power. When he exchanged blows with Lu Ming the last time, he did not cast his divine power. At the same time, the other 2 moved as well. These 2 were peak absolute saints as well. They used their superpower to attack Lu Ming. Their attacks were ruthless. If Lu Ming couldn't defeat them, he would be killed. "Give an inch, and you want a mile." Lu Ming's eyes became colder. A long spear was formed in his hand, covered with a layer of black lightning. Bush, bush, bush. He stabbed out 3 times in a row. With 3 consecutive explosions, Lu Ming blocked the attacks of Ji Peng and the other 2. Then, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of an elder in the peak absolute saint realm. The lightning spear pierced through the elder's dantian at an astonishing speed, shattering his saint heart. The elder howled in pain and flew out. He fell to the ground and screamed. Lu Ming had already crippled this person's cultivation. Then, Lu Ming moved again and appeared in front of the remaining absolute saint. With another thrust of his spear, he crippled this person's cultivation. Ji Peng was scared out of his wits after 2 people were destroyed in a row. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape. He didn't dare to fight at all. But in a flash, Lu Ming caught up with Ji Peng. Lu Ming had turned the law of chaos into the law of demonic thunder, so its power was greatly reduced. However, Lu Ming's spiritual body and saint power were both far above Ji Peng's. Ji Peng was no match for him at all. He tried his best, but he was still crushed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming broke one of Ji Peng's arms with a palm strike. Then he broke one of Ji Peng's legs with a kick. After several explosions, Ji Peng's limbs were broken by Lu Ming. He lay on the ground like a dead dog. Get lost! Lu Ming kicked a few times consecutively, sending Ji Peng and his subordinates flying out of the courtyard. After all, this was the Yura Kingdom, the first princess residence. He couldn't kill Ji Peng. If he really killed Ji Peng, he would have to run. This wasn't Lu Ming's goal. He still needed the first princess to introduce him to the royal family of the ancient devil nation. Brat, just you wait. Ji Peng's vicious voice came from outside the courtyard. He had just said that he would break Lu Ming's limbs and throw him out. In the end, his limbs were broken and he was thrown out like a dead dog. This made him furious. Lu Ming frowned. If Ji Peng went too far, he wouldn't mind killing him and leaving the Yura kingdom. He would think of other ways. The next morning, a group of people came to the first princess residence to meet her. Ji Peng was among the group. However, this group wasn't led by Ji Peng. It was his elder brother and one of his uncles. General Ji, Brother Ji, please take a seat. In a large hall, the first princess received Ji Peng and the others. However, her gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man in the lead and a youth with a cold expression. This middle-aged man was Ji Peng's uncle, the younger brother of the Yura Kingdom's first marshal. He was also a general of the Yura Kingdom. As for the youth, he was Ji Peng's elder brother, one of the top geniuses of the Yura Kingdom. He had a terrifying king-type body. First princess, we're here to ask for a person from you. Ji Peng's uncle said. You want a person? The first princess was slightly taken aback and frowned. Chapter 2029. Lu Ming is the bastard who didn't save the princess. Ji Peng said coldly. Lu Ming. What happened to him? The princess was confused. Eldest princess, for no reason yesterday, Lu Ming crippled the cultivation of 2 perfected holy saints of the Ji family and broke Ji Peng's limbs. He has to pay the price for his actions. Ji Peng's elder brother said coldly. Ji Peng's elder brother was called Ji Tian. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. The eldest princess raised her eyebrows. She then instructed the servant, get Lu Ming here. Lu Ming was cultivating when he heard noises outside. He got up and came out. Young Master Lu, the princess wants to see you. A middle-aged guard said. They're here so quickly. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His first thought was that the Ji family had come looking for him. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed the middle-aged guard to the princess's hall. It's the Ji family. Lu Ming saw Ji Peng as soon as he entered the hall. Ji Peng and the others looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming, did you cripple the cultivations of the Ji family yesterday? The first princess sat at the head of the table and asked with a cold and arrogant expression. That's right. Lu Ming replied. How dare you? Even the Ji family is touched. Kill yourself and I'll leave your corpse intact. Ji Peng's uncle slammed the table and said coldly. What a joke. They wanted to kill me. Can't I fight back? Lu Ming sneered. Do you know who you're talking to? Look at your attitude. Ji Peng's uncle's gaze was like lightning. He swept his gaze toward Lu Ming and a strong pressure emanated from him. Lu Ming's expression changed and he took a few steps back. Ji Peng's uncle was definitely a terrifying expert. It seems like the Ji family doesn't even care about the princess. Lu Ming said coldly. Ji Peng's uncle's expression changed and he retracted his aura. After all, this was the princess's residence and Lu Ming was the princess's subordinate. He would cross the line if he attacked without the princess's permission. Princess, this person crippled the cultivations of the Ji family and injured Ji Peng. He must be punished. Otherwise, how can the Ji family lead the army? Ji Tian said coldly. Lu Ming, what happened? The princess asked. Lu Ming's combat strength was good and would be useful to her in the future. She didn't want Lu Ming to be crippled. First princess, yesterday Ji Peng brought several people from the Ji family to my courtyard. They threatened to cripple me and directly attacked me. I was only protecting myself. If I hadn't attacked, I would already be dead. Lu Ming recounted what had happened yesterday. I see. The princess nodded. Ji Peng, you went too far this time. Lu Ming is after all my guest. However, Lu Ming was too heavy-handed. How about this? I'll take out some treasures to compensate the Ji family. Also, Lu Ming, you apologize to the Ji family in front of everyone. How about that? Apologize to the Ji family. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. What did he do wrong for him to apologize? How was that possible? No, at least cripple his limbs and make him apologize in front of everyone. Ji Ping shouted. That's right, this person must be punished. Ji Tian said. In my opinion, both of you should take a step back. Lu Ming will apologize in public and give some compensation. Then, this matter will be settled. How about that? The princess spoke again. At the same time, she transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Ji Peng's father, is the country's grand marshal. The Ji family is extremely powerful. You should bear with it, apologize to the Ji family and give them some compensation. Take a step back and you'll be at ease. Lu Ming sneered. Take a step back and you'll be at ease? This matter was not his fault, yet the princess wanted him to apologize. It was obvious that she didn't want to offend the Ji family. However, the Ji family didn't want to let this matter rest. Princess, we can give you face today and not deal with him for the time being. However, Princess must drive this person out of the princess residence. Ji Peng's uncle said. Ji Peng Ji Tian, and the rest sneered. Driven out of the princess residence, without the protection of the grand princess, with their Ji family strength, they could kill Lu Ming no matter how they wanted Lu Ming to die. The princess frowned. She naturally understood the Ji family's intention. However, Lu Ming's battle prowess wasn't bad. Since he could defeat Ji Peng, his battle prowess must be above Ji Peng's. He would be of great help in the battle against the Luo family 20 days later. It would be a pity to give him up just like that. Grand Princess, our Ji family has always been on your side. If this brat affects our relationship, I'm afraid it won't be worth it for Grand Princess. Ji Peng's uncle said nonchalantly, hinting at something. The princess's expression turned ugly. The Ji family was threatening her. However, she had to compromise. The Ji family's strength was extremely powerful. If they helped the Luo family, it would affect her greatly. The most important thing was Ji Tian. Ji Tian had the king physique. In the entire Yura kingdom, the number of people with the king physique could be counted on one hand. In the battle against the Luo family 20 days later, Ji Tian would play a crucial role in determining the outcome. Thus, she had to hold the Ji family in her hands no matter what. She couldn't ruin their relationship. Thoughts flashed through the princess's mind. Grand Princess, you have to think carefully. My elder brother has the king physique. He can determine the outcome of the battle against the Luo family. Ji Peng said coldly when he saw that the princess didn't say anything. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ming. What he meant was, so what if you have some battle prowess? Can you be compared to my elder brother? Can you be compared to the king physique? The princess raised her eyebrows slightly. Ji Peng's words made her unhappy. However, she couldn't lose the support of the Ji family. Thus, she made a decision after pondering for a while. The princess looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you've gone too far this time. You've broken the rules. So, please leave the princess residence. As expected, Lu Ming sneered. The princess had chosen the Ji family. In her opinion, Lu Ming was just a talent with some battle prowess. However, he couldn't be compared to the Ji family. In particular, Ji Tian, who had the king physique, could play a key role in the battle against the Luo family. The Ji family sneered. As long as Lu Ming left the princess residence, he would be dead. All right. Lu Ming didn't say anything else. He turned and left. Since the princess had chosen the Ji family, why should he stay? After taking a few steps, Lu Ming stopped and turned to look at Ji Tian. He said lightly, King physique? Is it that great? After that, Lu Ming turned and strode away, disappearing from the main hall. He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm afraid he doesn't know how powerful the king physique is. Soon, he will know how powerful the king physique is. Some people from the Ji family mocked. Chapter 2030. Lu Ming didn't stop. However, he didn't leave the first princess's residence immediately. Instead, he circled around the first princess's residence a few times before arriving at a secret location. There, he used his divine aura technique to transform into a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was one of the guards of the first princess's residence. The Ji family had asked the first princess to chase him out of the first princess's residence. It was very likely that there would be experts stationed outside the residence. As long as he went out, he would be ambushed. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the younger generation. However, there was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't send out Emperor Realm experts. Lu Ming turned into a guard and swaggered out of the princess's residence. When he walked out of the princess's residence, as expected, he sensed a few spiritual senses sweeping over him. Among them, there were two extremely terrifying spiritual senses. It was obvious that they belonged to Emperor Realm experts. However, they couldn't see through Lu Ming's divine aura technique. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the first princess's residence. He sneered in his heart, "First princess, we will meet again soon. I hope you won't regret it." Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile as he walked away. The first princess's residence was located in the western part of the Yura Kingdom's capital. Lu Ming walked towards the eastern part of the capital. The eastern part of the capital was the territory of the Luo family. The Yu family and the Luo family were the two families that founded the Yura Kingdom. Since the first princess couldn't tolerate him, he could only go to the Luo family. The little princess of the Luo family, Luo Xian. Lu Ming muttered. There was a strange phenomenon in the younger generation of the Yu family and the Luo family. The most outstanding geniuses of the two families were all women. The most outstanding genius of the Yu family was the first princess, Yuning. She was also the representative of the Yu family and the leader of the younger generation. As for the leader of the Luo family's younger generation, she was called Luo Xian. She was also a peerless genius and was as famous as Yuning. However, she was younger than Yuning by a few years. Hence, everyone called her the little princess. Lu Ming wanted to rely on Luo Xian. Yuning could recommend him to the royal family of the ancient devil nation. Naturally, Luo Xian could do the same. Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of a magnificent mansion. This was the residence of the little princess, Luo Xian. At this point, Lu Ming had already returned to his original appearance. "Stop!" In front of the gate, two big men stopped Lu Ming. "Gentlemen, I'm here to visit the little princess." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Of course I know. You're here to visit the little princess. Every day, many people come to visit the little princess. Boy, I advise you not to flatter yourself. Hurry up and leave." A burly man waved his hand, signaling Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Apparently, the other party thought that he was deliberately trying to get close to the little princess and wanted to pursue the little princess. "The two of you, I am here to be the little princess guest. 20 days from now, in the battle with the Yu family, I will help the little princess obtain victory," Lu Ming said. The two burly men were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming as though they were looking at a fool. They had seen many people looking for all sorts of reasons to get close to the little princess. They had also heard all sorts of strange reasons. However, this was the first time they had seen someone like Lu Ming who boasted so shamelessly. "Ah boy, you really boast shamelessly. Help the little princess obtain victory? This reason of yours is still fresh. However, if you dare to fool the little princess, you might lose your life. Boy, we'll let you off this time. Hurry up and leave." The two burly men waved their hands, signaling Lu Ming to leave quickly. "The two of you, you just need to inform the princess. What if what I said is true? What if I can really help the little princess obtain victory? If because of your obstruction, I have to rely on the eldest princess and help her obtain victory. If the little princess finds out about this, what will happen to the two of you?" Lu Ming didn't get angry and said indifferently. The two burly men's faces changed. They were sure that Lu Ming was boasting shamelessly. However, they were still afraid of what if. If Lu Ming really had the ability to do so, and because of their obstruction, he decided to side with the eldest princess in a fit of anger and help the eldest princess win. Then they would be sinners and the Luo family would not let them off. The two of them looked at each other and nodded silently. It was just a matter of informing the princess. It wouldn't take much effort. If Lu Ming didn't have real ability and was just boasting, someone would naturally take care of him. Alright, wait here. I'll go and inform the princess, one of the burly men said and then hurried in to inform the princess. A moment later, the burly man returned and said, "The little princess wants to see you. Come with me." Lu Ming smiled and walked into the depths of the mansion with the burly man. "Boy, you'd better have some real ability. Otherwise, you'll be miserable," the burly man reminded him on the way. "Thank you." Lu Ming smiled. His expression was calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. The burly man was puzzled. Could it be that this boy really had real ability? The mansion was very large. After making a few large turns, they arrived at a large hall. There were only 3 people in the hall. At the head of the hall sat a woman. She wore a black veil and looked to be around 20 years old. This woman was extremely beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the eldest princess, Yuning. At this time, this woman was blinking her large eyes, curiously sizing up Lu Ming. To the left and right of the woman were 2 youths. At this time, their eyes were like lightning as they looked at Lu Ming. "This subordinate greets the princess." The burly man bowed to the woman. "Stand to the side." The beautiful woman, the little princess Luo Xian, waved her hand. Her eyes were still on Lu Ming. "You said that you can help me defeat Yu Ning and the Yu family?" Luo Xian asked, her voice clear and pleasant. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "Hey, let me tell you, you can't lie to me. If you lie to me, I'll make you miserable. Do you know that?" Luo Xian had 2 canine teeth. As she spoke, her canine teeth were revealed. She was quite cute. Although she wanted to speak fiercely, she didn't have any killing intent. "Little princess, we'll know whether this brat is capable or not after we try. If he's boasting shamelessly, I'll throw him out and feed him to the dogs." A purple-robed youth on the left said coldly. At the same time, he stepped out and forced Lu Ming. Luo Xian didn't stop him. She watched curiously. "Brat, show me what you're capable of. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." The purple-robed youth said coldly. His body turned into a ray of purple light as he charged towards Lu Ming. He waved his hand, and a ray of purple sword light cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. Complete Saint Realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This purple-robed youth's cultivation was at the complete Saint Realm. Moreover, Lu Ming could see that his spiritual body was a high-grade spiritual body. It was even stronger than Ji Peng's spiritual body. The purple-robed youth used 90% of his strength in this attack. It was very powerful. However, Lu Ming still had a faint smile on his face. It was as if he didn't see the purple-robed youth's attack. "Indeed, he's a shameless boaster." Another youth on the right sneered. However, at this moment, Lu Ming moved. Chapter 2031. Lu Ming stretched out a finger and tapped lightly on the purple-robed young man's sword light. Bang! The purple-robed young man's sword light instantly shattered. At the same time, dense runes appeared on Lu Ming's finger and covered the purple-robed young man. The purple-robed young man was shocked and quickly retreated, but it was too late. Before he could get far, his body was covered by the runes. He felt that his cultivation was sealed and he fell to the ground with a plop. The 3 people at the scene were all dumbfounded. The purple-robed young man was defeated in 1 move. The purple-robed young man was not an ordinary person. He was very famous in the Yura kingdom and was even more famous than Ji Peng. Other than the king body, there were 10 strongest geniuses in the Yura kingdom. Ji Peng was ranked 9th and the purple-robed young man was ranked 5th. Such geniuses were no match for Lu Ming and were defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move. "Array Dao Law, you have a king body." At this moment, Princess Luo Xian stood up from her seat and looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. "King body?" The hearts of the others in the hall were greatly shaken. In the entire Yura kingdom, there were only a few people with a king body. This young man had a king body. No wonder he could defeat the purple-robed young man in 1 move. especially the burly guard who was guarding the door. He was secretly afraid. He thought that Lu Ming was boasting shamelessly and was just looking for an excuse to get close to the princess. Now, it seemed that they were wrong. Lu Ming was the real deal. Fortunately, he came in to pass the message. Otherwise, as Lu Ming said, if he went to seek refuge with the eldest princess, they would really be finished. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the runes covering the purple-robed young man disappeared. The purple-robed young man stood up and looked at Lu Ming seriously. "Are you really going to seek refuge with me and be my guest?" Princess Luo Xian looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Of course. Why else would I be here?" Lu Ming smiled. "Why do you want to join me?" The little princess continued to ask. "The little princess is a peerless beauty, a famous beauty. If I don't rely on you, who will I rely on?" Lu Ming replied with a smile. The little princess giggled. She laughed so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. "I like your reason. However, Yuning is also incomparably beautiful. Why don't you seek refuge with her?" The little princess asked again. She looked innocent, but she was actually very meticulous. "To be honest, I beat up Ji Peng yesterday and was just chased out by the first princess." Lu Ming didn't hide anything and recounted what had happened. Lu Ming was very clear that this matter could not be concealed even if he wanted to. As long as the little princess sent someone to investigate, it would not be difficult to find out. "Oh, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. This time, Yuning has made a mistake. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out that you have a king body during the competition." Interesting. The little princess laughed again and said, "There must be a condition for you to join me, right? I need the little princess to introduce me to the royal family of the ancient devil kingdom. Also, I'll only be the little princess's guest for a few months." Lu Ming said, "Alright, that's easy. Soon, we'll be heading to the ancient devil kingdom. I know a few princes and princesses of the ancient devil kingdom. I can introduce you to them." The little princess agreed without hesitation. She then looked at the others and said, "Regarding Lu Ming's matter, none of you should tell anyone." The two young men and the bulky guard nodded their heads in response. "You may leave. I'll arrange a place for Lu Ming personally," the little princess said. The two young men and the burly gatekeeper bowed and left. Only Lu Ming and the little princess were left in the main hall. "You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? You said that you could help me win. I'd like to see how strong you are." As soon as the little princess finished her words, her body floated towards Lu Ming like a black cloud. At the same time, the little princess waved her hand and a black light shrouded Lu Ming. Peak Absolute Saint. As soon as the little princess attacked, Lu Ming could see her cultivation level. Like him, she was at the peak Absolute Saint. Lu Ming activated the law of formations and pointed out a finger. A real dragon roared and pounced out. It was formed by the runes of the formation Dao. Boom! The true dragon and the little princess's black light collided with a loud boom. Then, countless runes spread out towards the little princess. "Judgment!" The little princess lightly shouted. Black light burst forth, obliterating the endless runes. Law of Judgment. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Law of Judgment was an extremely terrifying law of kings. It was said to be able to judge everything, and its offensive power was shocking. Again, the little princess went up and fought with Lu Ming again. Lu Ming activated the Law of Formations and fought with the little princess. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. Lu Ming's spirit body was definitely much stronger than that of the little princess. His saint power was also stronger than that of the little princess. In fact, Lu Ming had only used the integration of the illusory spirit scroll and the sealing scroll for the 3 scrolls of array formation. He had not added the destruction scroll. Even so, the little princess was still at a disadvantage after dozens of attacks. Awesome. After exchanging dozens of blows, the little princess retreated and said in a sweet voice, "Lu Ming, you're not weak. However, Ji Tian from the Ji family also has a king body and his cultivation has reached perfected absolute saint. I'm afraid he's stronger than you." "How do you know, little princess?" "I used my full strength just now." Lu Ming smiled. You didn't use your full strength? So you're looking down on me. The little princess pouted. Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose. The little princess's temper was really changeable. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of someone. Xian Yanqing. The little princess's temper was similar to Xian Yanqing's. Little Qing, where are you now? Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Back then, Patriarch Ice Dragon had taken Xian Yanqing away. It had been a few years since then, and there had been no news of them. This made Lu Ming very worried. Lu Ming, just you wait. I'm going to reach the peak absolute Saint Realm soon. I'll spar with you then. As she spoke, the little princess showed her 2 canine teeth again and glared at Lu Ming. Let's go. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. The little princess's expression changed very quickly. A moment ago, she was still threatening Lu Ming, but in the next moment, she walked out of the hall. Lu Ming followed closely behind. After the little princess arranged a courtyard for Lu Ming, she left. There were still 20 days before the competition between the Yu family and the Luo family. She had to reach the peak absolute Saint Realm in these 20 days. In the following days, Lu Ming was very relaxed and cultivated in peace. As for the Ji family, they sent people to search for Lu Ming in the capital, but they couldn't find any clues. This made Ji Ping furious. Just like that, 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2032. At the center of the Yura Kingdom's capital, there was a huge battle stage. There were many seats around the battle stage, and there was also a large empty space. On this day, there was a sea of people around the battle stage. The Yura Kingdom was founded by 2 great clans. Every 10,000 years, the Yura Kingdom would be decided by which clan would control the Yura Kingdom. Therefore, this was the biggest event in the Yura Kingdom in the past 10,000 years. Countless people were gathered here. In all directions, there was a dense crowd of people. Lu Ming and the Luo clan were sitting on the east side of the battle stage. The spectators were all experts from the Luo clan. Lu Ming looked around and saw that there were many void emperors and true emperors. The father of the little princess, Luo Xian, was sitting at the front. On the west side of the battle stage, there were people from the Yu clan. At this moment, both sides were sizing each other up. That Lu Ming actually sided with Luo Xian. Damn it. Ji Peng shouted angrily when he saw Lu Ming. Ji Tian and Yuning also looked at Lu Ming. There was a cold glint in their eyes. The Ji clan is really useless. I already kicked Lu Ming out, but they still couldn't find him. Instead, they let him side with Luo Xian. Yuning's eyes flashed coldly as she roared in her heart. Lu Ming's battle strength was very strong. He could easily defeat Ji Peng. This would affect the outcome of this competition. When she kicked Lu Ming out, she already thought that Lu Ming would side with Luo Xian in a fit of anger. However, she also knew that as long as she kicked Lu Ming out, the Ji clan wouldn't let Lu Ming go. Lu Ming would most likely be killed by the Ji clan. He wouldn't have a chance to side with Luo Xian. She didn't expect the Ji clan to be so useless. Lu Ming actually managed to escape and side with Luo Xian. During the competition, if there's a chance, we must kill Lu Ming. Yuning transmitted her voice to Ji Tian and Ji Peng. Don't worry. If that brat meets me, I'll make him die miserably. Ji Tian spoke, his killing intent cold. If he touches me, I'll make him wish he was dead. A yellow-robed youth said coldly. The yellow-robed youth's name was Huang Song. In the Yura Kingdom, Huang Song was the strongest person aside from the king body. He was ranked first among the 10 strongest geniuses. He was much stronger than Ji Peng. Yuning, Ji Tian, and the rest were sizing up Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming, Luo Xian, and the rest were also sizing each other up. According to the old rules, each side will send out 50 Sky Prides to fight one-on-one. In the end, the side that wins will be the winner. Luo Xian transmitted his voice to everyone. Lu Ming nodded. This rule was simple. This time, in the younger generation, both sides have 2 king bodies. Their cultivation levels are about the same, so the battle between the king bodies is very likely to result in both sides suffering losses. Therefore, the battle between the non-king bodies is very important. Luo Xian continued. When he mentioned the king body, he did not include Lu Ming. The news that Lu Ming had a king body had not spread out yet. However, other than the king body, there is one person you must be careful of. That is Huang Song. Although he doesn't have a king body, his combat strength is very strong. He had a fortuitous encounter that made his spiritual body stronger than the average spiritual body. Moreover, his divine ability is very profound. You must be careful when you encounter him. Luo Xian warned. Many people nodded. They were naturally aware of Huang Song's methods. At this time, a figure flew up to the stage. This person was very old. He was one of the Yura Kingdom's doyens and also the judge of this competition. The participants of this competition will go up to the stage first. The doyen spoke, his voice like a bell. Let's go up. Luo Xian stood up first and the rest followed suit. Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the rest also went up to the stage. Each side had 50 people. As long as they were under the age of 50, they could participate. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, Ji Peng, Ji Tian, and Huang Song glared coldly at Lu Ming. Brat, you better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. The first to speak was Huang Song. His eyes revealed a cruel smile. On Luo Xian's side, some people's faces changed. Huang Song's methods were extremely cruel. Many of his enemies had died miserably. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have sided with Luo Xian. Yu Ning said coldly. Hee, I shouldn't have sided with you. Don't tell me I have to do as you say and be killed by the Ji family after being expelled by you? What a joke. Lu Ming said indifferently. Big sister Yu Ning, you don't like Lu Ming, but I treat him like a treasure. I hope you won't be surprised later, Luo Xian laughed. Yu Ning's face was cold, but she didn't say anything. Next, the doyens assigned numbers. On each side, there were numbers 1 to 50. Then, the doyens placed the 50 numbers into a box and randomly drew them. Whichever two numbers were drawn would be the two people who would fight. Lu Ming's number was 31. After the numbers were assigned, everyone returned to their respective stands. As for the doyens, they each drew a number from the two boxes. Luo family's number 6, Yu family's number 39. The doyens announced their names. In the next instant, two figures rushed onto the stage and began to fight. There was no suspense in this battle. The Yu family obtained victory. This was because the Yu family member's cultivation was clearly higher. With just a few moves, he heavily injured the Luo family member and sent him flying off the stage. The Yu family obtained victory in the first battle. The Yu family members revealed smiles on their faces. The doyens continued to draw numbers. In the second battle, the Luo family members' cultivation was stronger and obtained victory. The third battle. Luo family's number 31, Yu family's number 5. The doyens announced their numbers. It's my turn so soon. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He stood up and rushed onto the stage. The Yu family member was a tall and sturdy youth. However, when he saw Lu Ming, his face turned gloomy. Just a moment ago, Yu Ning had transmitted a message to him. She had told him that Lu Ming had defeated Ji Peng. She had told him to exchange a few moves with Lu Ming and exhaust some of Lu Ming's saint energy before admitting defeat. Since Lu Ming had defeated Ji Peng, the tall and sturdy youth knew that he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Brat, eat my axe. The tall and sturdy youth roared. He raised his battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. His goal was to exhaust some of Lu Ming's saint energy. Zzz. A sizzling sound came from Lu Ming's hand. Black demonic lightning flashed. Following that, Lu Ming blasted out a palm. The demonic lightning formed a huge palm and blasted towards the tall and sturdy youth. Boom! The tall and sturdy youth's body was directly sent flying. He flew out of the stage and vomited a large mouthful of blood. This brat has some strength. It's more fun to kill him like this. Huang Song licked his lips. The ferocious expression on his face became even more intense. As for Luo Xian and the purple-robed youth, who had seen Lu Ming in action before, they were dumbfounded. What's going on? The demonic lightning law. Didn't Lu Ming use the law of array Dao back then? How did it become the demonic lightning law? Could it be that he has mastered two types of law? Luo Xian and the others revealed looks of disbelief. Chapter 2033. After defeating his opponent, Lu Ming returned to the stands. Luo Xian glanced at Lu Ming from time to time. He felt that Lu Ming wasn't as simple as he seemed. The competition continued. Luo Xian and the purple-robed youth fought one after another and won easily. In addition, the Luo family had a king body. He defeated his opponent in one move. On the Yu family's side, Yu Ning and Ji Tian also won easily. Ji Peng also won. As for Huang Song, he was even more merciless, showing no mercy at all. In an instant, he tore apart a genius from the Luo clan. He stood on the battle platform, bathed in blood, resembling a ferocious beast of slaughter. On the Luo family's side, other than Lu Ming and a few others, everyone's expression changed. Soon, the first round was over. Both sides had 50 people each. However, after the first round, there was a gap in the number of people on both sides. The Yu family had ruled the Yura kingdom for 20,000 years. They had a deep foundation. Naturally, there were more geniuses who joined them. Therefore, after the first round, the Yu family had gained the upper hand. After the first round, the Yu family had 28 people left. As for the Luo family, they had only 18. Why didn't the total number of people on both sides add up to 50? It was because in the process of the battle, both sides had suffered injuries. Therefore, the total number of people on both sides was naturally less than 50. The second round was the same as the first round. The remaining people on both sides were placed in the box and drawn. The two people who were drawn would fight each other. This way, the side with more people would definitely have an advantage. This was because the side with more people didn't need to fight. They could conserve their strength and saint power. In the second round, Lu Ming also fought very early. However, his opponent wasn't strong and was easily defeated. After that, Luo Xian and another genius with a king body also won. Yu family's number 3 against the Luo family's number 5. At this time, Elder Yuan's voice sounded again. It's the two of them. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Yu family's number 3 was Huang Song. The Luo family's number 5 was the purple-robed youth who had tried to test Lu Ming. His name was Wu Shi. Shua. Huang Song's figure appeared on the stage. He looked at Wu Shi with a sinister expression and shouted, "Ha, Wu Shi, I didn't expect it to be you. Hurry up and accept your death." Wu Shi stood up with a solemn face. Among the top 10 young cultivators outside of the king body, Huang Song was ranked first, and Wu Shi was ranked 5th. In their previous battles, he was definitely not Huang Song's opponent. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Your life is more important. Luo Xian sent a message to Wu Shi. Wu Shi nodded and rushed into the Colosseum. The two of them immediately clashed. Huang Song's battle prowess was indeed stronger than Wu Shi's. Huang Song's spirit body seemed to be stronger than the average superior heaven spirit body. His attacks were like a violent storm, and he was like a ferocious savage beast, crazily attacking Wu Shi. For a moment, Wu Shi could only defend passively. But after a few moves, Huang Song clawed at him and tore off a piece of flesh from his body. Die ha. Upon encountering fresh blood, Huang Song seemed to become even more excited. Traces of blood-red light appeared in his eyes, and his attacks became even more violent. Wu Shi roared. After using his strongest move, he rushed down the fighting ring. He knew that he was no match for Huang Song. If he continued to fight, his life would be in danger. He could only rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat. However, Huang Song obviously did not want to let him off so easily. "You want to leave?" "That." Huang Song roared. Shua, shua. Claw shadows covered the sky and enveloped Wu Shi. Puchi. Blood splattered everywhere, and flesh flew everywhere. One of Wu Shi's arms was torn off by Huang Song. Wu Shi endured the pain and rushed down the fighting ring. What a piece of trash. You don't even have the courage to fight to the death. I think you should admit defeat as soon as possible. Huang Song sneered and looked mockingly at the Luo family's geniuses. Many of them had ugly expressions, but at the same time, they revealed a look of fear. Even Wu Shi had been defeated so miserably. On their side, other than the two king bodies, there was no one who could fight with Huang Song. If they encountered Huang Song, it would be difficult for them to even survive. The morale of the remaining geniuses was somewhat low. Huang Song's gaze swept coldly at Lu Ming. He sneered and returned to the stands. The competition continued. Not long after, the second round of the competition also ended. The difference in numbers between the two sides was even greater. The Yu family still had 19 people, while the Luo family only had 9. In the second round, the Yu family had 10 people who did not need to fight. It looks like the Yu family still has the absolute advantage in this competition. The Yu family has ruled the Yura kingdom for 20,000 years. They are getting stronger and stronger. Naturally, more geniuses will join them. That's right. Although both sides have 2 king bodies, the Luo family is too far behind. Many people were discussing this. Some of the Yu family's experts had smiles on their faces. As for the Luo family's experts, their faces were gloomy. With this defeat, their Luo family would have to wait another 10,000 years. Soon, the third round began. The remaining 9 geniuses of the Luo family were all quite strong. Thus, their chances of winning in the third round increased. It was unknown whether Lu Ming's luck was good or bad, but the opponent he faced in this round wasn't strong. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. In this round, 6 of the Luo family's 9 geniuses won, and 3 were eliminated. As for the Yu family, 6 of them were eliminated. Only 13 remained. 13 people against 6. Following this, the fourth round began. The Yu family's number 1 versus the Luo family's number 1. The Yura kingdom's doyen pulled out 2 numbers. He was stunned for a moment before he announced the numbers. As soon as the announcement was made, the crowd went into an uproar. Many people became excited. This was because the numbers on both sides were Yu Ning and Luo Xian. They were the eldest and youngest princesses of the Yura kingdom. They were the 2 most outstanding women of the Yura kingdom's younger generation. Not only were their talents outstanding, but their cultivation talent was even more shocking. They both had king bodies. Now, these 2 beautiful princesses were going to face each other. Who would emerge victorious? Many people were looking forward to it. The 2 of them stood up and jumped onto the stage. Their gazes met, and it was as if divine swords were clashing. Sister Luo Xian, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Yuning smiled. Her face was still cold and arrogant. That's exactly what I wanted to say. I will defeat you. I will defeat all of you. Luo Xian opened her mouth, revealing 2 canine teeth. Following this, the 2 of them moved and started fighting. As soon as the 2 of them attacked, they used their divine abilities. The laws of king bodies clashed in the air, causing rumbling sounds to ring out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. There was no clear winner. Sister Luo Xian, so that's all you've got? It seems like you're going to lose. Yuning smiled. Then, the aura on her body skyrocketed. Princess Yu Ning has reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Previously, she was the same as Princess Luo Xian. She had always been at the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. I didn't expect her to break through now. I wonder if Princess Luo Xian has broken through. Otherwise, she's going to lose. Many people exclaimed. This was especially so for the Luo family. Their expressions were grave. Chapter 2034. Sister Luo Xian, how are you going to fight me now? Yuning sneered. She stepped forward, and a powerful aura pressed down on Luo Xian. A month ago, she was still a peak Paragon Saint, but recently, her cultivation had reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. She stood at the peak of the Yura kingdom. Ji Tian, who used to be the number 1 genius of the Yura kingdom, was only at the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Do you think you're going to win? Luo Xian's voice rang out. Boom. Then, a powerful aura burst out of Luo Xian's body. Luo Xian's cultivation was also at the peak of the Paragon Saint realm, but now he had reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Yu Ning's expression changed. She exclaimed, "You've also broken through." Of course. Do you think you're the only one who has broken through? Luo Xian smiled. So what if I've broken through? I'll still defeat you. Yu Ning said coldly as she charged toward Luo Xian. The 2 princesses clashed again. Both of them had king bodies, and their cultivation had reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Their battle was shocking. Ordinary boundary emperors were no match for them. Only 2 afterimages could be seen on the stage. Those with weaker cultivations couldn't even see them clearly. It seems like neither of them has the upper hand. Lu Ming was paying attention to the battle on the stage. He noticed that Yu Ning and Luo Xian's cultivation and battle power were on par. They seemed to know each other very well, and they were in a stalemate. Boom, boom. Soon, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. At this point, their bodies were emitting white smoke. They circulated their saint power to the extreme, and they exchanged a few more blows, but they were still evenly matched. Their breathing became heavier, and their speed became slower. This was a sign of extreme exhaustion. However, both of them were very stubborn. Neither of them wanted to lose to the other, so they gritted their teeth and continued to fight. Towards the end, their attacks became slower and slower. It was as if they were moving in slow motion. Brother Luo, it'll be disadvantageous for them if they continue fighting. Why don't we end this battle in a draw? The head of the Yu family, who was also the current ruler of the Yura kingdom, looked at the head of the Luo family. All right, let's end this battle in a draw. The head of the Luo family nodded. If they continued to fight, both sides would suffer. If they overdraft themselves too much, it wouldn't be good for either of them. The Luo family head and the Yu family head nodded. The figures of the Yura kingdom's elders moved and appeared in front of Yu Ning and Luo Xian, blocking them. This round is considered a draw. All of you can go back and rest, Senior Yuan said. Yu Ning and Luo Xian glared at each other and snorted coldly. Then they returned to the stands and swallowed the medicinal pills. While refining the medicinal pills, they continued to watch the competition. In the next battle, it was the turn of the Luo family's other king body. He easily defeated his opponent. Yu family's number 3 against Luo family's number 31. After the Luo family's king physique was sent out, the elder reported his number. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was his turn. Also, wasn't Yu family's number 3 Huang Song? Lu Ming stood up with a cold smile on his face. The eyes of Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others glittered. Others might not know, but they knew that Lu Ming was a king physique. Back then he had easily defeated Wu Shi. His combat strength was definitely above Huang Song's. I will avenge you. Lu Ming patted Wu Shi's shoulder and stepped onto the stage. Haha, I finally met this kid. Huang Song was overjoyed. His face was ferocious and excited. Since Princess Yu Ning wanted to kill Lu Ming, he naturally had to deal with Lu Ming for her. Huang Song, don't kill him so easily. It's best if he begs for mercy on the stage before killing him. Ji Peng glared at Lu Ming and said to Huang Song. Haha, that's exactly what I wanted. Huang Song laughed and rushed onto the stage. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy. I might give you a quick death. He thought that he would see a look of horror on Lu Ming's face, but he was disappointed. Lu Ming had a spurious smile. He looked at Huang Song and said, Pathetic. Huang Song's face darkened. Kid, what did you say? I said that you don't even know that your life is coming to an end. How pathetic. Lu Ming added. Kid, you're saying that you can kill me? I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Huang Song hollered. As soon as he finished his words, his figure dashed toward Lu Ming. His claws were like knives, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Huang Song was also wearing a kind of glove. This glove was like mercury. It wrapped around his hand and could change its shape at will. His fingertips were extremely sharp. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Black thunderbolts flashed on Lu Ming's palm as he blasted his palm toward Huang Song. He's only a peak absolute saint. How dare he fight Huang Song head-on? He's courting death. Huang Song's spiritual body is very powerful. Even a peak absolute saint wouldn't dare to fight Huang Song head-on. This kid is just courting death. It looks like Huang Song wants to kill him. He's done for. Lu Ming's attack caused a commotion. However, in the next moment, all the sounds disappeared. This was because Lu Ming and Huang Song had collided. Boom! A figure wailed and flew far away. He fell to the ground. It wasn't Lu Ming who everyone thought it was, but Huang Song. Huang Song was sent flying 100 meters and fell to the ground. His body was twitching, and lightning was all over him. On the other hand, Lu Ming didn't move at all. How is this possible? Lu Ming was only a peak absolute saint. How could he send Huang Song flying with one move? Lu Ming didn't have a king body. How is this possible? In the stands, Ji Peng roared in disbelief. Lu Ming was strong enough to defeat him, but they didn't think that Lu Ming could defeat Huang Song. Huang Song was almost unbeatable at the same level, except for those with a king body. Plus, Huang Song's cultivation was higher. Yu Ning's face also darkened. Even Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were shocked. They'd guessed that Lu Ming could defeat Huang Song, but only if Lu Ming used the Law of Kings. But now, Lu Ming had defeated Huang Song without using the Law of Kings at all. This was beyond their expectations. Of course, they did not know that Lu Ming's spirit body was far superior to ordinary high-grade spirit bodies. Besides, he had cultivated 2 sacred hearts. His sacred power was far superior to that of a perfected absolute saint. Even if he did not use the Law of the King, he could easily defeat Huang Song. Lu Ming stepped forward and approached Huang Song. He looked down at him and said, "Didn't you want to kill me? Come." Huang Song looked at Lu Ming. He didn't look ferocious anymore. Instead, he looked terrified. With a roar, he charged down the battle platform. He wanted to admit defeat, but Lu Ming wouldn't let him do that. Crack. Chapter 2035. Huang Song roared as he used all his strength to block Lu Ming's lightning spear. However, the spear vibrated as if it was indestructible. Chila. The lightning spear pierced through Huang Song's attack, piercing through his shoulder and dragging Huang Song along as he slid a distance away. Huang Song roared in fear and rushed in another direction, wanting to rush down the stage. He no longer had the heart to continue fighting. At this moment, there was only fear in his heart. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong, exceeding his expectations. His battle intent had already collapsed. As a result, he was even less of a match for Lu Ming. Swish. Swish. Lu Ming's figure flashed as the black spear stabbed out continuously. Finally, it pierced through Huang Song's left leg and nailed him to the ground. Trash. You don't even have the courage to fight. Where's your arrogance from before? Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped on Huang Song's face, looking down on him. Previously, Huang Song was incomparably arrogant. When he defeated Wu Shi, he said that Wu Shi was trash who didn't even have the courage to fight. But now he was facing Lu Ming. Wasn't he the same? Now, Lu Ming had returned those words to him. It was incomparably ironic. "Eldest princess, save me!" Huang Song roared, begging Princess Yu Ning for help. "Lu Ming, stop when you're ahead. Don't go too far." At this moment, Princess Yu Ning spoke. "Nonsense." Lu Ming looked at Princess Yu Ning and reprimanded her. "Are you blind or deaf? Why didn't you tell Huang Song not to go overboard when he killed our people? Also, it was Huang Song who said that he wanted to kill me. Why didn't you stop him?" Lu Ming's sarcastic voice resounded throughout the entire place. This made Princess Yu Ning's expression extremely ugly. "Impudent! Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the princess like this? I'll cripple you!" An expert from the Yu family shouted, erupting with a powerful aura. "What are you doing?" The Luo family head said coldly, sweeping his gaze over the Yu family expert. The latter's expression changed greatly. "Brother Yu, don't break the rules." The Luo family head said coldly. "Sit down." The Yu family head glanced at the Yu family expert. The Yu family expert could only withdraw his aura and obediently withdraw. The conflict between the two clans happened once every 10,000 years. It had been countless years, so there were naturally rules. No one else was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the Senate of the Yura Kingdom would declare the party that broke the rules to be the loser. "This kid is interesting," the head of the Luo family said with a smile. "That was a good scolding." Luo Xian laughed loudly, as if he had vented his anger. This made Princess Yu Ning's expression turn even uglier. "Now I'll send you on your way." Lu Ming looked at Huang Song. No, Huang Song struggled with all his might, his eyes filled with terror. However, Lu Ming's long spear descended and directly pierced through his glabella, killing Huang Song. Many people at the scene heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Song was dead. He was killed by an unknown young man. This was the strongest genius in the Yura kingdom outside of the king physique. However, he was killed in a few moves by Lu Ming. This made everyone fearful of Lu Ming's combat strength. How is this kid so strong? How is he so strong? Ji Peng was incomparably terrified. Don't worry. If this kid meets me, I'll avenge Huang Song. Ji Tian said coldly, staring coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to have sensed something. He looked back at Ji Tian, smiled faintly, and returned to the spectator stand. There's hope. At this moment, some of the Luo family's experts' eyes lit up as they saw hope. Although they were few in number, they saw hope now. This was because each side had a king physique. If, before Lu Ming met Ji Tian, the two people with the king physique would encounter each other first. If, like Yu Ning and Luo Xian, both of them suffered injuries, then they would have a chance of winning. If the king physique on both sides were injured, then who on the Yu family's side could be Lu Ming's opponent? Lu Ming alone could wipe out the other side. Obviously, the Yu family's people also thought of this point, and their faces were gloomy. Because of Lu Ming, the situation where they were sure to win had turned into an unpredictable trend. Don't worry, they won't have a chance. Ji Tian said confidently. Could it be that you have already? Yu Ning seemed to have thought of something and her face lit up. That's right. Ji Tian nodded. Yu Ning was ecstatic, and she let out a long breath. This way they would definitely win. If you meet that Lu Ming, kill him for me. Yu Ning transmitted her voice to Ji Tian. If it was like what Ji Tian said, then Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian sooner or later. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts, but the competition still continued. When this round ended, on the Luo family's side, there were only 3 people left. On the Yu family's side, there were only 9 people left. A new round had begun. This round didn't attract too much attention. Lu Ming easily defeated his opponent, and so did the Luo family's king physique. But on the Luo family's side, another person was defeated by the opponent. In this way, the Luo family only had 2 people left. On the Yu family's side, there were only 7 people left. Yu family's number 2, Luo family's number 2. When Elder Yuan announced the numbers, everyone became excited. Finally, it was time for the main event. The Yu family's number 2 was Ji Tian, and the Luo family's number 2 was Long Yen. The 2 king physiques were going to fight again. In the past, Ji Tian was known as the number 1 person among the younger generation in the Yura kingdom. His cultivation had long reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. But Long Yen might not be weaker than him, and his cultivation had long reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. The last time they fought was a few years ago. At that time, the 2 of them exchanged hundreds of moves, and in the end, Long Yen lost to Ji Tian by a single move. But a few years had passed, and anything could happen. The current Ji Tian might not be able to defeat Long Yen. They're finally going to fight. The eyes of the Luo family's experts lit up, and their faces were filled with joy. Finally, before Lu Ming met Ji Tian, the 2 king physiques would fight. This was what they wanted to see, and it was also their only hope of winning. As long as Ji Tian and Long Yen were injured, Lu Ming would be able to defeat the remaining people of the Yu family. Then, the Luo family would be able to win this time. Long Yen, we don't want to win this battle, but we can't let Ji Tian win. The Luo family's head transmitted to Long Yen. Long Yen nodded and stepped onto the battle stage. Ji Tian also stepped onto the battle stage. Long Yen, you weren't my match a few years ago. Today, you won't be my match either. Ji Tian said confidently. He had a strong belief that he was invincible. Not necessarily. Long Yen said indifferently. Then he took a step forward, and terrifying flames spread out from his body. This flame was an extremely terrifying flame law called the Destruction Heavenly Flame Law. It was also a kind of king law. 6 hells. Ji Tian whispered. 6 worlds seemed to appear around his body. One was a sea of blood, one was boundless demonic chi, and one was filled with killing intent. So it's the 6 hells law. Chapter 2036. The 6 hells law was similar to the reincarnation law. However, one was the strongest law while the other was the king law. In terms of power, the difference was too great. The Six Hells Law was a simplified version of the reincarnation law. 6 worlds enveloped Jition, making him look like a demon god. Watch me burn the 6 Hells Law. Long Yen roared, and flames soared into the sky. He was like a flaming war god. A flaming spear appeared in his hand, and he charged towards Jition. The spear stabbed out, and a terrifying spear light pierced towards Jition, wanting to pierce through his 6 Hells Law. 6 Hell Divine Fist. Jition stepped forward and punched out with both fists. It was as if he was driving the 6 worlds. The 6 worlds turned into fist light and blasted towards Long Yen. Boom! The spear and fist light collided, and a violent explosion sounded. Long Yan's heavenly fire law could burn everything. It had the power of destruction, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was no weaker than the 6 Hells Law. In the explosion, both of them retreated at the same time. But then, both of them rushed towards each other and fought again. Their combat strength was on par. A few years ago, the two of them fought for hundreds of moves before the victor was decided. This time, it was the same. In the blink of an eye, the two of them fought for dozens of moves, but it was still a draw. There's hope. The eyes of the Luo family's powerhouses lit up. If this continued, it was very likely that they would end up like Princess Yuning and Princess Luo Xian. In the past, they were afraid of encountering such a situation because they weren't a match for the Yu family. But now, they were looking forward to such a situation because they had Lu Ming. The Yu family's powerhouses were the opposite. This was extremely disadvantageous for the Yu family. The Yu family's powerhouses all had gloomy expressions. Jition and Long Yen fought fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom! With a violent explosion, both of them retreated. Jitan, I said that you won't be able to defeat me in a few years. Long Yen spoke. His voice was as loud as a bell. Terrifying flames rushed into the clouds. His eyes were bright as if he had vented the anger in his heart. Hee, Long Yen, you are really naive. At this time, Jition smiled faintly, and his voice was filled with sarcasm. What do you mean? Long Yan's eyes narrowed. He didn't know why, but when he saw Jition smile, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Jition still hadn't used his full strength? Then let me show you my true strength. Jition sneered and took a step forward. A halo emanated from Jition's body, encircling him like a god descending to the mortal world. Light of Law. You've cultivated the light of law. Long Yan's pupils rapidly shrank as he roared in disbelief. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the experts from the Luo family and the Yu family couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts. They stood up from their seats, and powerful auras began to emanate from their bodies. However, the feelings of the two families were completely different. The light of the law, it's the light of the King Dao law. There's no suspense in this battle. The experts of the Yu family laughed heartily. They were all overjoyed. As for the Luo family, they were all in disbelief. In the end, they slumped back into their seats. It was as if all the strength in their bodies had disappeared without a trace. The light of law. Since Jition had cultivated the light of law, there was no suspense in this battle. Long Yen was definitely not Jition's opponent. They both had the king body, but the difference between having the light of law and not having the light of law was too great. If Long Yen was defeated, Lu Ming would naturally be defeated. How could this be? Luo Xian said helplessly. Originally, she seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. Because Lu Ming also had the king body, they had a high chance of winning this battle. But she never would have thought that Jition actually cultivated out the light of law. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the light of law with the king body, but once it was cultivated, it would far surpass other king bodies. Jitan really cultivated the light of law. At this moment, Yuning's face was full of smiles. She was secretly glad that she didn't offend the Ji family because of Lu Ming. Not only did the Ji family have the commander-in-chief, but Jition's talent was even more shocking. Although Lu Ming's strength wasn't bad, compared to Jition, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, she was incomparably relaxed. The trace of regret she had for driving out Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming couldn't affect the overall situation. The Yu family will win for sure. The spectators sighed as well. It seemed that the Yu family would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. Boom. On the battle stage, Ji Tian displayed the light of law. His aura was even stronger as it pressed towards Long Yen. Long Yen, do you still want to fight? Ji Tian asked coldly, high and mighty. Fight. Long Yen gritted his teeth and charged towards Ji Tian with his flaming spear. You're overestimating yourself. Then I'll let you see the power of the light of law. I'll let you see the difference between not cultivating the light of law and cultivating the light of law. Ji Tian punched out, and the power of the light of law was added to his fist. Boom. This fist collided with Long Yan's spear. Buzz. Long Yan's long spear vibrated and buzzed. The destruction heavenly fire law on it trembled non-stop. In the next moment, Long Yan's destruction heavenly fire law was penetrated. The terrifying power caused Long Yan to retreat wildly. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. Long Yan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. He wasn't a match for Ji Tian at all. He was injured in a single move. Boom. Boom. Ji Tian punched out consecutively, and another 2 punches blasted out. Although Long Yan did his best to resist, he was no match at all and was completely suppressed. After 2 more punches, Long Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. I've lost. Long Yan shook his head, and his expression was desolate. His figure moved, and he rushed out of the battle stage. He knew that it was useless to continue fighting. He wasn't a match for Ji Tian, and he would only be humiliating himself. We've lost again. The Luo family head and the other experts of the Luo family sighed helplessly. They had lost again. For the next 10,000 years, the Yu family would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. They had lost 3 times in a row, and they were somewhat unwilling. If this continued, their Luo family would fall, and it would be even harder for them to compete with the Yu family. As for the Yu family, they were naturally ecstatic. Brother Luo, do you still want to continue? The Yu family head looked at the Luo family head with a smile. He was naturally happy. With the Yu family's victory, he would continue to rule the Yura kingdom. In his opinion, the Luo family only had Lu Ming left, and there was no need to continue. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he fight against Ji Tian? Your Majesty, according to the rules, this competition will continue until one side is completely defeated. Ji Tian cupped his fists at the Yu family head. Chapter 2037. Ha, look at me being muddle-headed. That's true. The competition must continue. Continue. The patriarch of the Yu family laughed. Lu Ming also smiled. Even if the other party wanted to end the competition early, he wouldn't agree. Next, the competition continued. However, no one had the energy to pay attention to it. They all thought that the result was already decided. Continuing the competition was just a formality according to the rules. If Lu Ming is smart, he will deliberately rush down the stage to admit defeat. Otherwise, if he meets Ji Tian later, he won't have a chance. And if I were Lu Ming, I would definitely do the same. Many people seem to have guessed the result. In a while, Lu Ming would definitely rush down the stage and admit defeat. The Doyen continued to draw numbers. Lu Ming against a skinny youth from the Yu family. The 2 of them stepped on the stage. Brat, let me deal with you. The skinny youth was smug. He also thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the stage and admit defeat. Otherwise, if he met Ji Tian in the next round, wouldn't Lu Ming be finished? Therefore, he boldly rushed toward Lu Ming and pounced toward Lu Ming. Then, he saw a fist rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Following that, it heavily bombarded the bridge of his nose. Kacha! The skinny youth's nose was broken. With a miserable scream, his body flew out a few hundred meters and fell on the stage. Many people were stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the stage and admit defeat. They didn't expect that Lu Ming would directly make a move. Maybe he wants to save face and wants to win a round before admitting defeat. If his luck is bad and he meets Ji Tian in the next round, he will regret it. Some people sneered. Shwa. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed to the skinny youth's side. With a kick, he directly kicked the skinny youth off the stage. Lu Ming won this round. However, the people from the Luo family only shook their heads. Whether he won or not, the final result wouldn't change. Like this, the Luo family only had Lu Ming left. As for the Yu family, they only had 6 people left. The competition continued. But now, they only needed to draw a number from the Yu family. Whoever drew a number would fight with Lu Ming. Yu family, number 47. A senior elder announced. A young woman from the Yu family stepped onto the stage. Many people began to guess again, guessing whether Lu Ming would admit defeat in this round, because the longer it went on, the higher the probability of him encountering Ji Tian. Many people thought that Lu Ming wanted to win the match and then admit defeat to save some face. However, Lu Ming directly attacked and blasted the young woman off the battle stage in 2 moves. Still not admitting defeat? You really want to save face? Let's see how he regrets it when we meet Ji Tian later. Some people sneered. The competition continued, and the next person was still not Ji Tian. Naturally, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. It was unknown if it was luck, but the next few people weren't Ji Tian. They were all defeated by Lu Ming. On the Yu family's side, there were only 2 people left. They were Ji Tian and Ji Peng. Lu Ming still hasn't admitted defeat. Could it be that he really wants to fight with Ji Tian? At this point, some people had already changed their minds. Because Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, if this continued, he would definitely meet Ji Tian. How is this possible? If he fights with Ji Tian, he won't even have the chance to escape. He will definitely be killed. I don't know what he is thinking. He is really crazy. Everyone was discussing. As for Ji Peng, his expression turned ugly. If Lu Ming didn't admit defeat, he wouldn't meet him in the next round, right? He kept praying in his heart that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian in the next round. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Yu family number 9, Ji Peng, come out. The senior elder took out a number and shouted. Damn it! Ji Peng roared in his heart. Why is it him? Why can't Lu Ming meet Ji Tian? Many people were speechless. Lu Ming's luck was too good. It was strange that he couldn't meet Ji Tian. Lu Ming stepped onto the stage, looked at Ji Peng, smiled faintly, and said, Come down. Ji Peng's face was gloomy as he stepped onto the stage. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, if you meet my big brother in the next round, you will die miserably. The current Ji Peng's heart was complicated. He naturally hoped that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian and be killed by Ji Tian. However, if Lu Ming continued to fight, he would be miserable. You are actually thinking for me? I don't understand. Back then I beat you up so badly. Lu Ming deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Ji Peng gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. If it wasn't for this round, would I be thinking for you? But now he could only go against his heart and say, Let bygones be bygones. I think you are still a talent. Quickly admit defeat. Admit defeat? Forget it. My plan is to beat you up and then beat your elder brother up. Lu Ming smiled. He even extended his fist and gestured with it. Lunatic! Ji Peng roared, then suddenly turned around and rushed down the stage. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he caught up with him. He slapped his palm down and lightning flashed. It was like a huge net that shrouded Ji Peng. Ji Peng tried his best to resist, but when the lightning fell, all of his attacks collapsed. Buzz, Ji Peng's body was covered in lightning, which looked like small black snakes swimming around. Slap. Lu Ming then slapped down on Ji Peng's face. Ji Peng screamed and spat out blood mixed with teeth. More lightning covered Ji Peng's body. His hair stood straight up and white smoke came out of his 7 orifices as if he was electrocuted. It was extremely miserable. In the stands, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and Ji Tian's father, the commander-in-chief, had ugly expressions. In their view, Lu Ming humiliated Ji Peng like this, which was equivalent to slapping their faces. How did he treat Ji Peng? Wait a moment, I will return it 10 times. Ji Tian gritted his teeth. Lu Ming grabbed Ji Peng's neck and walked to the edge of the stage step by step. Then he threw Ji Peng down the stage. He casually stretched out a finger, pointed at Ji Tian, hooked his finger, and said, "Come, King Physique." Swish. Ji Tian couldn't bear it anymore and rushed up the stage. Anyway, he was the only one left from the Yu family. There was no need to draw a number. This Lu Ming really wants to fight with Ji Tian. Where did he get the courage? It's strange. Could it be that Lu Ming still has a trump card? This is a fair battle. He is not allowed to use his emperor weapon. He doesn't have a king body. How can he have a trump card? Many people were discussing. They couldn't guess what Lu Ming was planning. With Ji Tian's combat strength, Lu Ming would definitely die if he went against Ji Tian. Why didn't he admit defeat earlier? Why did he persist until now? Could it be that he wanted to humiliate Ji Peng? But there was no need to put his life on the line. Chapter 2038. Ji Tian's eyes were extremely cold. 6 worlds appeared and a terrifying aura charged toward Lu Ming continuously like a gale. Now, you won't have the chance to admit defeat. Ji Tian said coldly. Who said I'm going to admit defeat? How ridiculous. I didn't say I was going to admit defeat from the beginning. Can you stop making wild guesses? Lu Ming curled his lips. That's great. I'll make you kneel on the battle stage and beg for mercy. Ji Tian said coldly. He stepped forward, and the 6 worlds moved with him. He didn't seem to be fast, but in fact, he was extremely fast. In an instant he arrived in front of Lu Ming. Boom! With a punch, one of the blood prison worlds blasted out with Ji Tian's fist. It was like a sea of blood enveloping Lu Ming. The smell of blood filled the air. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk Lu Ming's fist sizzled, and a black lightning cauldron spread out. He also punched out. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the sky was like a huge drum, shaking violently. Circles of lightning and a sea of blood burst out in all directions. A figure swayed, stepping on the battle stage and retreating. The person who retreated was actually Ji Tian. The scene suddenly quieted down. Countless people were dumbfounded, and some looked at the battle stage in disbelief. Lu Ming actually pushed Ji Tian back in a head-on confrontation. How was this possible? What was going on? Lu Ming's cultivation was obviously at the peak of the absolute saint realm, which was weaker than Ji Tian. Moreover, he didn't have a king body. How could he push Ji Tian back? This was simply unbelievable. Jian, don't be careless. Use more strength. At this moment, the Yu family head's voice resounded throughout the entire place. He meant that Ji Tian was too careless and didn't use his full strength. That was why he was pushed back by Lu Ming. Many people nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming push Ji Tian back? However, Ji Tian's eyes were incomparably dignified, and his heart was in turmoil. Others thought that he was careless, but only he knew how strong Lu Ming's punch was. His saint energy was endless and was not any weaker than his. Furthermore, the power of Lu Ming's spiritual body was even more terrifying. He had indeed not used his full strength just now, but Lu Ming's strength had indeed shaken him. 6 Hell Demonic Fist. Ji Tian let out a long howl. The 6 worlds burst forth with different auras, transforming into a terrifying fist force that soared towards Lu Ming in an overwhelming manner. His aura was indeed much stronger than before. Good timing. Lu Ming didn't retreat at all. He took a step forward and punched out again. Every punch was filled with lightning, wrapping around Lu Ming's fists. His fists were like lightning. Bang, bang. The 2 of them fought speed with speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Qi energy shot out and rumbled continuously. However, Lu Ming did not show the slightest sign of weakness. Instead, he vaguely had the upper hand. This time, everyone was stunned. Even the people from the Yu and Luo families were shocked. Even the patriarchs of the 2 families and some true emperors were extremely shocked. He didn't have a king body and his cultivation was 1 level lower. However, he could actually fight against Ji Tian. This kind of combat strength was unheard of even for them. So strong. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were dumbfounded at first. However, their eyes soon lit up. They knew that Lu Ming had a king body and could control the King Dao law. Now that he could fight against Ji Tian without using the King Dao Law, he could really win if he used the King Dao Law. They originally thought that there was no hope, but now, they saw a glimmer of hope. Yu Ning's expression was extremely ugly. She was unhappy because Lu Ming was one of her people at the beginning. However, he was kicked out by her later on. It's useless no matter how strong he is. What I want is the final victory. Ji Tian still hasn't used the light of law. He will definitely win. I chose Ji Tian. I'm right. Yu Ning warned herself in her heart. Boom. Lu Ming and Ji Tian exchanged another blow. Both of them retreated. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated 5 steps while Ji Tian retreated 7 steps. Ji Tian's face was especially gloomy. He had a king body, but he actually fought with Lu Ming like this. Today, he had lost a lot of face. Today, he must use Lu Ming's blood to wash away his shame. Lu Ming, your combat strength is indeed beyond my expectations. However, you will still lose, shouted Ji Tian. The light of the heavenly laws spread out and surrounded him, making his aura even stronger. Boom. With the support of the light of law, Ji Tian's momentum increased greatly. He punched out and 6 worlds moved with his fist, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his fist, colliding with Ji Tian's attack once again. Bang! Lu Ming seemed to be hit by a terrifying force, his figure drifting back. What a pity! The Luo family's experts sighed. If Ji Tian did not cultivate the light of law, their Luo family's chances of winning this battle were very high. However, Ji Tian cultivated the light of law. Unless the Son of Heaven appeared, or someone from the younger generation stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, no one would be Ji Tian's opponent. However, how many Son of Heaven were there in the entire land of infinite demons? There were no quasi-emperors below the age of 50 in their Yura kingdom. The others also shook their heads slightly, thinking that Lu Ming would lose for sure. Kneel down. Ji Tian gained the upper hand in one move. His momentum was like a rainbow as he continued to press down on Lu Ming. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming in one go. The light of law is indeed powerful. Lu Ming curled his lips, his expression was still very calm. At this moment, he raised his hand and pointed out a finger. There was no black lightning in this finger. Instead, it was replaced by endless runes. The endless runes formed a true dragon. The true dragon roared and pounced toward Ji Tian. Boom! The true dragon's dragon claw tore apart Ji Tian's fist force. The dense runes spread toward Ji Tian. Ji Tian roared in shock. The 6 worlds kept shaking. All kinds of auras erupted, blocking the endless runes. Monarch Dao Law, you have the monarch body. Ji Tian's roar resounded throughout the entire place. Silence. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. Monarch body? Lu Ming actually has the monarch body? Then why did he use the demonic thunder law just now? One person controlled 2 types of laws? How was that possible? He was not a martial emperor. Many people found that their brains were a little short-circuited. However, looking at the dense runes surrounding Lu Ming's body, they clearly realized that Lu Ming really controlled the Monarch Dao Law and really had the monarch body. The Array Dao Law of the Monarch Dao Law, ha! The Luo family head suddenly laughed loudly. Everything that happened today was really beyond his expectations. Lu Ming actually had the monarch body. Just now, he was already so strong without using the Monarch Dao Law. Now that he used the Monarch Dao Law, how strong would he be? Xian, you already knew that Lu Ming has the monarch body, right? The Lu family head looked at Luo Xian. Luo Xian nodded and said, although I already knew that he has the monarch body, I didn't know that his combat strength is so strong. Chapter 2039. Yu Ning crushed the white jade golden cup in her hand, her eyes cold. Lu Ming was actually an imperial body. She did not expect this at all. If she knew that Lu Ming was an imperial body and had such strong combat strength, she would have thought twice. Ji Tian will definitely win. Yu Ning roared in her heart, admonishing herself. However, her clenched fists showed how nervous she was. At this moment, Ji Peng had woken up and was also shocked. King body, there's nothing great about it. Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming, Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have mastered the law of kings. Without the law of light, everything is in vain. Ji Tian roared and attacked Lu Ming with all his might. The law of 6 hells, the law of light, and the divine arts were all activated to the extreme by Ji Tian. Let's end this. Lu Ming whispered and pointed out another finger. Runes filled the air and another true dragon was formed, pouncing towards Ji Tian. This true dragon contained 3 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Lu Ming only used the illusory spirit scroll and the seal scroll in the previous attack. Lu Ming used the destruction scroll, illusory spirit scroll, and seal scroll in this attack. The power of this attack was close to that of the chaotic calamity finger. Boom! When the true dragon collided with Ji Tian, a terrifying force tore Ji Tian's fist radiance apart. Endless runes rushed towards Ji Tian. Ji Tian's body shook violently and he was thrown back. He vomited blood in the air. He tried his best to resist the seal of the runes. However, Lu Ming was already close to him. Then he pointed out another finger. This time, it was not a true dragon but a giant elephant. The giant elephant's body was like a small mountain. Its legs were like heavenly pillars as it stomped towards Ji Tian. Bam! An elephant leg stepped on Ji Tian's face. Ji Tian was instantly stunned. His body was like a huge rock, heavily smashing into the fighting ring, causing the entire fighting ring to rumble. Ji Tian was lying on the fighting ring, his body twitching and blood gushing out of his mouth. Ji Tian was defeated, beaten into a dead dog. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes, unable to react for a moment. Ji Tian used to be known as the #1 expert in the Yura kingdom. Now that he had cultivated the light of law, he was even more powerful. However, such strength had been defeated by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was even lower. His cultivation was even lower, and he had yet to cultivate the light of law, yet he was able to defeat Ji Tian. It was truly inconceivable. Lu Ming stepped out, coming to Ji Tian's side. Although Ji Tian was seriously injured, he still glared at Lu Ming fiercely, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. What are you looking at? I've already said that there's nothing great about a king body, and there's nothing great about the light of law. Lu Ming sneered, revealing a faint disdain. Then he kicked Ji Tian's face, sending him flying off the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not kill Ji Tian. After all, this was the Yura kingdom, and Ji Tian's father and many experts of the Yu family were present. If Lu Ming killed Ji Tian, they would not let him go. Now that Tiandi's physical body did not have enough energy, and his goal was to go to the ancient devil nation, there was no need to cause more trouble. Good. Ha! The head of the Luo family and many experts of the Luo family stood up, laughing heartily. The Luo family had won. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family would be in charge of the Yura kingdom. Previously, when Ji Tian had displayed the light of law, they had thought that the Luo family would lose for sure. They were already in despair, and they had planned to wait for another 10,000 years before making a comeback. However, they had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly erupt. First, he displayed a powerful strength, then he displayed the King Dao law, defeating Ji Tian in one fell swoop. How could they not be happy with such an unexpected result? How could they not laugh heartily? Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were also full of smiles. On the other hand, the people of the Yu family were the complete opposite. They had thought that they would win, but in the end, they had lost in the hands of a single person. That kid. Some experts of the Yu family, as well as Ji Tian's father, looked coldly at Lu Ming. It was all because of Lu Ming that they had lost. Where did this kid come from? I have never heard of such a person before. Someone said unwillingly. Everyone fell silent. Bang! Princess Yuning's jade-like hands were as white as jade. At this moment, the veins on her jade-like hands were bulging. She had even crushed the handle of her chair. She was furious. Lu Ming was originally her guest, but she had personally chased him out of the princess residence. Sister Yuning, I really have to thank you. At this moment, Luo Xian looked at Yuning, and his crisp voice rang out. Many people were stunned, not knowing what Luo Xian meant. Luo Xian, shut up. Yuning shouted. But, are you afraid that I will lose face if I say it? but I have to say it. The corners of Luo Xian's lips curled up slightly. I heard that Lu Ming used to be Sister Yuning's guest. However, he was personally chased out of the eldest princess mansion. Therefore, he came to seek refuge with me. Well, at the scene, everyone who didn't know what was going on was stunned. Lu Ming was originally the princess guest, but he had been chased out of the princess residence by the princess. Only then did Lu Ming seek refuge with the little princess. Yuning, this was tantamount to giving up the victory on a silver platter. If Lu Ming was in the princess residence, there would be no suspense in this competition. The Yu family would definitely win. Yuning's face turned even uglier. As for the Yu family, their faces also turned ugly. There was actually such a thing. Moreover, I heard that it was because Lu Ming offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, you chased Lu Ming out of the princess residence. Perhaps in your eyes, the Ji family, or Ji Tian, is more important than Lu Ming. Am I right, Sister Yuning? Luo Xian continued to speak, revealing her 2 canine teeth. She was full of cunning. Yuning's expression made her very happy. So that's how it was. Everyone was enlightened. It turned out that Lu Ming had offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, the princess had chased Lu Ming out. After all, at that time, the princess needed Ji Tian's help to win the competition. At that time, in the eyes of the princess, Ji Tian's value was far above Lu Ming's. But what was the truth? It was Yuning who had personally given the victory to the Luo family. As for Ji Tian, who she valued, he had been beaten to a pulp by Lu Ming. How ironic was this? The Yu family's experts, Ji Tian's father, and Ji Tian's uncle all had ugly expressions. Sister Yuning, I wonder what you are thinking now? Do you feel any regret? Luo Xian's voice rang out again. Enough! Yuning shouted. She suddenly stood up and coldly glanced at Lu Ming. Then she soared into the sky. This caused Luo Xian to laugh. Chapter 2040. The Luo family is the winner of this competition. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family will rule over the Yura kingdom. Following that, the elder of the Yura kingdom announced. The Yu family head's face was extremely gloomy. He was extremely unwilling. However, this was a tradition that had been passed down for countless years in the Yura kingdom. Even if he did not dare to do so, he still had to hand over the throne. Unless his Yu family's strength was enough to suppress the other factions in the Yura kingdom, he could break this tradition. However, it was clear that the Yu family was unable to do so. In the end, he could only hand over the scepter that represented the king. After that, Lu Ming did not have anything to do with it. He sat on the spectator stand and watched calmly. Next, the Luo family head received the scepter. After that, a series of ceremonies were held, and he began to rule over the Yura kingdom. After the ceremony, there was a banquet. When everything was over, it was already the next day. After a few days, Luo Xian brought a pile of treasures, saying that it was a reward for Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not hesitate to accept it. The following days were peaceful again. Lu Ming stayed in the little princess residence and cultivated quietly. However, Luo Xian would often look for Lu Ming to spar with him. Of course, Luo Xian would return in defeat every time. Time passed, and 1.5 months passed. On this day, Luo Xian found Lu Ming and informed him that they were going to the ancient devil nation. In half a month, the king of the ancient devil nation would hold a banquet to celebrate his passing of the great calamity and being able to live for another 300,000 years. At that time, all the countries that were subordinate to the ancient devil nation would send people to congratulate him. The Yura kingdom was a subordinate of the ancient devil nation. Are we finally going to the ancient devil nation? Lu Ming muttered. This way, he would be one step closer to the ancient devil coffin. Yu Ning and the others have already gone to the ancient devil nation a few days ago. Luo Xian said. Lu Ming nodded and followed Luo Xian to a teleportation array. The Luo family had personally led a group of a few hundred people. There were also some young geniuses as they stepped into the teleportation array. First, they arrived at the citadel outside the capital of the ancient devil nation. Then, they flew towards the capital. Ancient devil nation, one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of 10,000 devils. It was truly a giant. Its capital was exceptionally majestic. It was not inferior to the celestial city in the primordial mountains. In the land of myriad devils, there were a total of 2 super devil nations and 10 high-grade devil nations. Naturally, they were divided into 2 camps. The 2 super devil nations were enemies of each other. Each of the super devil nations ruled over a large number of low-level and mid-level devil nations. There were also 5 high-grade devil kingdoms under their control. The Ura kingdom was one of the 5 high-grade devil kingdoms under the ancient devil kingdom. Naturally, it was highly valued. When they arrived, someone received them and arranged accommodations for them. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the capital of the ancient devil nation for 3 days. Lu Ming, the little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence, has set up a banquet today and invited the prodigies of various countries. Shall we go and take a look? Luo Xian found Lu Ming and asked, "The little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence?" Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. The ancient devil nation is one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of myriad devils. It rules over countless smaller countries. Many of the smaller countries are inextricably linked to some of the influential families in the ancient devil nation. The Blue Demon King's residence is a powerful force in the ancient devil nation. Our Luo family has a good relationship with the Blue Demon King's residence. The little prince of the Azure Demon Nation invited the prodigies of various countries to a banquet to strengthen our relationship. Luo Xian explained. Lu Ming nodded. As long as there were benefits to be gained, there would naturally be benefits to be gained. Moreover, every time the ancient devil nation overcomes a great calamity and holds a banquet, the young prodigies of various countries will compete with each other. Those who perform well will be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, it's normal for the prodigies of various countries to meet and understand each other's strength. Luo Xian added. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The ancient devil nation's lord would allow the prodigies of various countries to compete with each other. This was an opportunity for Lu Ming. If he performed well and caught the attention of the ancient devil nation's lord, he might be one step closer to borrowing the ancient devil coffin. All right, let's go take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming and Luo Xian immediately met up with the other prodigies of the Ura kingdom, such as Wu Shi and the others, and headed towards the Blue Demon King's residence. Of course, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others did not follow them. Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others had arrived at the ancient devil nation's capital earlier than them. They had different connections. Soon, they arrived at a vast mansion. Someone received them and led them to a spacious courtyard. There were many tables and chairs in the courtyard. At this moment, many people had already arrived. They were all from the younger generation. Greetings, Princess Luo Xian. When Luo Xian arrived, many young men bowed to her. The Ura kingdom was a high-tier devil nation. Moreover, it was one of the top 5 high-tier devil nations under the ancient devil nation. These young men were from middle-tier or low-tier devil nations. Their statuses were far lower than Luo Xian's. Naturally, they had to bow to her when they saw her. Luo Xian smiled and nodded. After greeting everyone, she sat down at a table. Lu Ming, sit here. Princess Luo Xian smiled and pointed to a stool beside her. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Luo Xian. As for Wu Shi and the others, they sat behind Luo Xian and Lu Ming. Many young men looked at Lu Ming curiously. Who was this person that could sit beside Princess Luo Xian? Ha, Luo Xian, long time no see. A hearty laugh sounded as a purple-robed young man strode over. He was quite handsome and had an extraordinary aura. There were a few young men behind him. Greetings, little prince. Seeing this young man, the young men quickly stood up and bowed. Lu Ming and Luo Xian also stood up and cupped their fists. This young man was the little prince of the Blue Demon King's residence. The Blue Demon King was an extremely terrifying existence. It was said that he was of the same generation as the ancient devil nation's ruler. The two of them had an extraordinary relationship. Therefore, the Blue Demon King had a lot of power in the ancient devil nation. As the grandson of the Blue Demon King, the little prince's status was naturally noble. Naturally, he was also a terrifying genius. Everyone, there's no need for formalities. Please take a seat. The little prince waved his hand and looked at Luo Xian. He smiled and said, "Princess Luo Xian, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your cultivation has become even more profound. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be your match in a few years." "You're too polite, little prince. Who in the ancient devil nation doesn't know about your talent? How can Luo Xian be your match?" Luo Xian said humbly. "And this is..." The little prince looked at Lu Ming. He was naturally curious about the fact that he could sit with Luo Xian. However, when he looked at Lu Ming carefully, his face darkened. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, he felt a murderous intent from the other party. Chapter 2041. His name is Lu Ming. Luo Xian introduced Lu Ming. "Princess Luo Xian, what's your relationship with this person?" The young prince asked. "He's my guest elder." "Young prince, do you know Lu Ming?" Luo Xian also felt that something was amiss and asked. "So he's just a guest elder. Princess Luo Xian, can you hand him over to me?" The young prince's eyes flickered and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Young prince, he's my guest elder. I have to be responsible for him. Why do you want me to hand him over to you?" Luo Xian frowned and asked. The other young men also seemed to feel that something was wrong. They all held their breaths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The young prince said coldly. He didn't hide his murderous intent and said, "This person must die." "Young prince, is there a misunderstanding here?" Luo Xian asked. She secretly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and asked, "Lu Ming, when did you offend Song Yan?" Song Yan was the young prince's name. "This is the first time I've seen him." Lu Ming frowned and sent a voice transmission to Princess Luo Xian. He was also confused. He had never seen Song Yan before. He really didn't understand why Song Yan wanted to kill him as soon as he saw him. Misunderstanding? All the direct descendants of the Blue Demon King's residents have a kind of mark on them. When they are killed, this mark will attach to the person who killed them. I felt the mark of the Blue Demon King's residence on him. Is this a misunderstanding? Song Yan said coldly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and understood. Lu Ming had killed a direct descendant of the Blue Demon King's residence. Song Yan had sensed the mark on him. No wonder Song Yan wanted to kill Lu Ming the moment he saw him. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He suddenly recalled that not long after he had arrived in the land of myriad devils, he had been cultivating in a certain place when a group of people had tried to steal the devil origin fruit. In the end, they had all been killed by him. One of the young men had shouted that he was from the ancient devil kingdom. Could it be that he was a direct descendant of the Blue Demon King's residence? This was too much of a coincidence. Furthermore, he had encountered such a mark in the Blue Demon King's residence before. The Thousand Slayer Manor was a terrifying assassin organization. As long as you killed someone from the Thousand Slayer Manor, there would be a slaughter mark on your body. Back then, Lu Ming had even asked the palace master of the Phoenix Palace to remove it. The mark on the Blue Demon King mansion was very similar to the mark on the Thousand Slayer mansion. Luo Xian also frowned and said, "Little prince, could there be a mistake somewhere?" Definitely not. A few months ago, a cousin of mine was training outside and was killed by someone. It should be this person who killed him. Luo Xian, this person is just a guest elder of yours. You don't have to care about this matter. Song Yan said and waved his hand. Swoosh. A young man rushed out from behind Song Yan. A sword light bloomed and attacked Lu Ming. The sword light was cold. It was going to slice Lu Ming's throat. Adjudication. Luo Xian said softly and struck out with the power of adjudication, destroying the sword light. Princess Luo Xian, are you going to protect this person? Do you think it's worth it to fall out with the Blue Demon King mansion for a guest elder? Song Yan's face darkened as he said in a threatening tone. A few months ago, I did kill someone. However, that person wanted to snatch a treasure and attacked me without any explanation. How could I not retaliate? At that moment, Lu Ming spoke. I see. Little prince, in the land of all demons, no matter who it is, it's normal to be killed while training outside and fighting for treasures. In the land of all demons, strength is everything. If you're weaker than others, you'll be a laughingstock if you take revenge now. Luo Xian did not back down and said coldly, "In the land of all demons, the strong preyed on the weak. No matter who it was, they had to be prepared to be killed while training outside. This was the rule of the land of all demons." My cousin has several quasi-emperors by his side. How many quasi-emperors can he deal with? He probably used some despicable method to kill my cousin. How about this? Let him fight with me. If he can last 10 moves without being defeated, I'll acknowledge his strength. Song Yan said coldly. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just a guest elder of Luo Xian. How strong could he be? Some of the youths behind Song Yan sneered. Song Yan was one of the top geniuses in the ancient devil nation. Not only did he have a king body, but his cultivation had also reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How could Lu Ming last 10 moves against Song Yan? He would probably be killed by Song Yan as soon as they fought. This was Song Yan's goal. As long as he fought with Lu Ming, he would be able to kill Lu Ming legitimately. Luo Xian's eyes flashed. Although Song Yan was strong, Lu Ming could even defeat Ji Tian. He was definitely not weaker than Song Yan. Wouldn't it be easy for him to last 10 moves? Alright, I agree. Lu Ming stepped forward and said indifferently. He actually agreed. It seems like this kid doesn't know how strong Song Yan is. Many people had the same thought in their minds. However, some of them were just waiting to watch the show. This kid is really courting death. Some of the youths behind Song Yan smiled playfully. Song Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Princess Luo Xian, since he has agreed, please don't interfere. I won't interfere. I hope the young prince will keep his word. After saying that, Luo Xian returned to the table. Keep my word? This girl, does she think that this kid can take 10 moves from me? Where did she get that confidence from? The young prince sneered. Then he looked at Lu Ming with even colder killing intent. Anyone who dared to kill someone from the Blue Demon King's residence would die. The young prince wanted to make an example of him in front of the people from the small nations so that they would be more afraid of him. Let's fight in the sky. Lu Ming said. There's no need to fight in the sky to deal with you. One move is enough. Song Yan sneered and pointed with his finger. The finger was like a long spear that pierced through the void and made a terrible whistling sound. The finger was highly condensed. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at it. He pointed with his finger and runes shone on his finger. Bang! When the two fingers collided, an explosion sounded out. The terrifying energy caused many tables and chairs to flip over. Many people retreated in fear, avoiding the energy that was scattered in all directions. On the other hand, Song Yan's figure was forced back 2 steps, falling into a disadvantageous position. The law of array Dao. You have a king body. Song Yan roared. So it's the law of penetration. Lu Ming's heart moved. He was familiar with this law. Luo Pokong of the Daoyuo Heaven sect also mastered this law, but he had been killed by him. I've said that we'll fight in the sky. Lu Ming said lightly. Song Yan's face became gloomy and his killing intent was extremely cold. Just now, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming in one move without the need to fight in the sky. However, the reality was a slap to his face. Let's fight in the sky. Chapter 2042. Kill. Song Yan attacked Lu Ming as soon as he was in the air. His fingers were like a spear as he attacked continuously. With the help of the law of penetration, his attacks were powerful and could penetrate everything. Beams of spear gleams pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and pointed continuously. Countless runes spread and condensed into many lightning birds. They pounced on the spear gleams at an astonishing speed and blocked them. He's so powerful. He also has a king body. No wonder he can sit side by side with Princess Luo Xian. Some of the geniuses from small countries exclaimed. 2 moves. In the sky, Lu Ming spoke calmly. Song Yan attacked for the 3rd time. His cultivation of the great sage realm was fully unleashed. An even more powerful finger radiance shot toward Lu Ming. Song Yan's attack style was similar to Luo Pokong's, but his super skills were different. However, Song Yan's combat strength was much stronger than Luo Pokong's. The terrifying chi whizzed toward Lu Ming, but it was blocked by Lu Ming's finger. 3 moves. Lu Ming continued to speak calmly and nonchalantly. Song Yan's eyes became colder and colder. A halo was emitted from his body and circled around him. The law of light. Many people gasped. Song Yan's combat strength was indeed terrifying. As the top genius of the ancient demonic nation, he was stronger than the other king bodies. It was said that no one in the ancient demonic nation was a match for Song Yan except for the Son of Heaven. A long spear appeared in Song Yan's hand. Together with the law of light, its power reached a shocking level. 3 scrolls as one. Lu Ming pointed his finger. A true dragon roared and charged toward Song Yan. The true dragon contained the scroll of annihilation, the scroll of illusionary spirits, and the scroll of sealing. Boom! With a loud explosion, the long spear in Song Yan's hand trembled unceasingly. His body trembled violently as he was pushed back by a terrifying force. Song Yan was actually at a disadvantage. Below, other than the people from the Yura kingdom, everyone else was dumbfounded. Some people even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. Song Yan suppressed the other king physiques and almost stood at the peak. If the Elysian child didn't appear, he was almost invincible. But now he was being suppressed by Lu Ming. Who was this Lu Ming? How could a random person be so terrifying? They were speechless. Is that all you've got? You want to defeat me in 10 moves? What a joke. It's my turn now. Lu Ming said calmly and took a step forward. Countless runes soared into the sky and transformed into 9 dragons. This time, it was not a true dragon, but 9 dragons. The 9 dragons soared into the sky and charged toward Song Yan. To be honest, Song Yan was very strong. He was even stronger than Ji Tian. Song Yan was almost at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His mastery of the laws had reached 99%. He was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. But compared to Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming didn't use the law of chaos, he was still a little weaker. The 9 dragons pounced. Song Yan's expression changed drastically. He unleashed all his strength and stabbed out with his spear. The 9 dragons roared and clawed out continuously, crushing Song Yan's attack. The terrifying power of destruction and countless runes surged toward Song Yan. Song Yan was pushed back for 10,000 meters before he could stabilize himself. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've lost, Lu Ming said calmly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy blow to Song Yan's body, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Lu Ming's words were so sarcastic. Just a moment ago, Song Yan was still arrogant and said that he would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. In fact, 10 moves was just a casual remark. In his opinion, 1 move was enough to defeat Lu Ming and even kill Lu Ming. But now, he was defeated by Lu Ming in less than 10 moves. Kill! Song Yan roared. Boom! Boom! 2 figures rushed out from the depths of the palace. Their terrifying aura made everyone's expression change. They were 2 martial emperors. Song Yan wanted to send martial emperors to kill Lu Ming. Song Yan, you're going back on your words. Luo Xian rushed to the sky and came in front of Lu Ming, glaring at Song Yan. Get out of the way. Song Yan's expression was somewhat ferocious. Today, Lu Ming made him lose face in front of so many people from small countries. He wished he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. As for this, he had brought it on himself. But of course, he wouldn't think about it. Everything was Lu Ming's fault. How could it be his fault? Song Yan, you sent martial emperors because you couldn't win. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid it would tarnish your reputation. Even the reputation of the Blue Demon King's residence would be damaged. Luo Xian stood firmly in front of Lu Ming and continued, moreover, even if you must take action today, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Lu Ming is my guest. I can't watch him get killed. Song Yan's expression turned even uglier. Luo Xian's words did make him hesitate. One was his reputation, and the other was Luo Xian's identity. Luo Xian was the princess of the Yura kingdom. The Yura kingdom wasn't an ordinary small country. It was one of the top 5 high-grade countries under the ancient devil nation. He was also very apprehensive. Song Yan hesitated. Lu Ming, let's go. Luo Xian transmitted her voice to Lu Ming, then turned around and walked out of the Blue Demon King's residence. Wu Shi and the others quickly followed. Song Yan's expression changed a few times, but he didn't give the order to take action. Lu Ming and the others left the Blue Demon King's residence and returned to their residence. I didn't expect that person to be from the Song Yan residence. Lu Ming was also speechless. He came here with the intention of getting to know the ancient Devil Nation's royal family through Luo Xian's recommendation. He didn't expect to offend the Blue Demon King's residence's little prince. It seems like I can only wait for the ancient Devil Nation's king's banquet to find an opportunity when all the Sky Prides compete. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, don't think too much. The Blue Demon King's residence isn't the only Sky Prides in the ancient Devil Nation's royal family. I'll introduce you to the others in a few days. Luo Xian comforted Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming looked at Luo Xian and smiled. He was quite touched when Luo Xian stood in front of him unwaveringly. Luo Xian was a straightforward person. Compared to Yu Ning, she was much better. In the next few days, Luo Xian introduced a few members of the royal family to Lu Ming. Although they were talented, they were still lacking compared to the Song Yan. There were a few times when Lu Ming tried to find out more about the ancient demonic coffin. However, the other party did not know much about the ancient demonic coffin. He only knew that it was the treasure of the ancient demonic nation and only the king could control it. Lu Ming frowned, his heart heavy. The ancient demonic coffin was so important that only the king could control it. Could he really borrow it for a month? Needless to say, the king of the ancient devil nation was an emperor. Chapter 2043. 10 days later, the king's banquet officially began. At the center of the ancient devil nation's capital, a majestic palace suddenly appeared in the sky. The palace shone brightly, and it could be seen from far away. The palace had 9 floors, and it looked like a divine palace. There was a jade staircase in each of the 4 directions of the palace, extending from the top of the palace to the bottom. The guests who went to congratulate the king climbed up the jade staircase to the 9th floor of the palace. Lu Ming and the people of the Yura kingdom went up the jade staircase on the east side. What a majestic palace! Lu Ming was shocked. This 9-floor palace was too huge. It was 100,000 feet tall, and it pierced through the sky. Even the jade staircase was incomparably huge. A person on it was like an ant. There were people coming from this direction, climbing up the jade staircase to congratulate the king. The ancient devil nation was one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of infinite demons. Almost half of the devil nations came to congratulate the king, so the number of people was naturally shocking. Lu Ming and the others climbed up the jade staircase, and it took them half an hour to reach the 9th floor of the palace. The 9th floor of the palace was open air, and it was incomparably spacious. There were all kinds of sacred herbs and strange flowers everywhere, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. This area was filled with tables and chairs. The Yura kingdom was one of the 5 great devil nations. As soon as they arrived, they were led to the top. The location of this area was also very particular. The height was different, and the level was different. The lowest level was where the people of the low-tier devil nations sat. The lower level was where the middle-tier devil nations sat. Above them were where the 5 high-tier devil nations sat. At the top were the experts of the ancient devil nation and the nobles. Brother Luo. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already some people there. When they saw the head of the Luo family, they greeted him. These people were the kings of the other high-tier devil nations, and they had prominent statuses. Now that the Luo family was in charge of the Yura kingdom, they naturally greeted the head of the Luo family. At the side, the head of the Yu family snorted coldly and led Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others to find a seat. Following that, more and more people arrived, and the vast space was almost full. The king has arrived. A voice resounded throughout the entire place, causing everyone to fall silent. The monarch here was none other than the monarch of the ancient devil nation. A group of people flew through the air and landed at the highest point. The person in the lead was a burly old man. He wore a purple gold robe and had a smile on his face. Although he did not reveal any aura, he had a supreme dignity. Greetings to the ancient great emperor. Everyone bowed respectfully. Every ruler of the ancient Devil Kingdom was known as the Ancient Great Emperor. Everyone, please have a seat. The Ancient Great Emperor waved his hand and everyone took their seats. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered that there were many people beside the Ancient Great Emperor. Some were old and some were young. Many of their auras were powerful and incomparably terrifying. There was no doubt that there were great emperors among them. The Eternal Devil Nation definitely had more than one great emperor. Song Yan. Lu Ming saw Song Yan in the crowd behind the Ancient Great Emperor. At this moment, Song Yan also looked at the Yura Kingdom. When he saw Lu Ming, a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yan, the person you are talking about is that kid? Beside the Ancient Great Emperor, a skinny old man with snow-white hair asked Song Yan through telepathy. This old man was Song Yan's grandfather, the Blue Demon King. Grandfather, that's him. Song Yan nodded. All right, I understand. Demon King Song nodded and did not continue speaking. His face was calm, and no one could guess what he was thinking. The Sky Domain Devil Nation congratulates the Ancient Great Emperor on overcoming the great calamity and achieving immortality. At this moment, the king of the Sky Domain Devil Nation stood up and congratulated the Ancient Great Emperor. He also presented a congratulatory gift. The Yura Kingdom congratulates the Ancient Great Emperor on overcoming the great calamity and achieving immortality in the future. The head of the Luo family also presented a congratulatory gift. Following that, the kings of the various devil nations came forward to congratulate the Ancient Great Emperor and presented their gifts. Starting from the 5 high-class devil nations, it was the low-class devil nation's turn. Thank you for coming today. Please take a seat. The Ancient Great Emperor's voice was heard. Following that, maids served various delicacies and wine. Then, a peerlessly enchanting female demon came forward to perform the heavenly demon dance. The atmosphere became lively. Great Emperor, there are so many geniuses in the world today. Why don't we let the younger generation compete with each other to liven up the atmosphere? Someone suggested. Every time the Ancient Great Emperor overcame a great calamity, this would happen. Some people were looking forward to it. I also want to see how outstanding the geniuses of this generation are. I heard that there is more than one son of heaven in this generation, and there are even more king physiques. The Ancient Great Emperor said with a smile. That's right. This generation is indeed filled with geniuses, more so than any previous generation. The Blue Demon King said, Oh, in that case I will also change the rewards this time. Those in the top 3 can make a request of me. If it is something that I can do, I will try my best to satisfy it. Those in the top 10 can also receive a reward. The Ancient Great Emperor's voice spread in all directions. Many people's eyes lit up. Those in the top 3 could make a request of the Great Emperor. This was too tempting. Moreover, the rewards for those in the top 10 were definitely not trivial. The rewards this time were also beyond the past. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Those in the top 3 could make a request of the Ancient Great Emperor. If he was in the top 3, wouldn't he be able to borrow the eternal demonic coffin from the Ancient Great Emperor? Since the Great Emperor said it himself, he shouldn't reject it. Moreover, it was only for a month. I must be in the top 3. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Although he didn't know how strong the Son of Heaven was, Lu Ming believed that as long as he used his full strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 3. Alright, then I will let the Blue Demon King host this time. The Ancient Great Emperor smiled. He didn't need to host this matter personally. He could leave it to others. Thank you, Great Emperor. The Blue Demon King stood up and stepped into the air outside the palace. With a wave of his hand, a platform floated out. Then, the platform rapidly expanded into a 100-mile-wide battle platform. The height of the battle platform was slightly lower than the palace. Sitting on it, one could clearly see the situation on the battle platform. Young people who want to participate can sign up and leave their names. The Blue Demon King said and then called a few people to register their names. Immediately, young people flew up and signed up. There were too many people. In an instant, hundreds of people went up. Who do you think will be in the top 3 this time? Is there a need to ask? The two sons of heaven will definitely be in the top 3. That's right. The two sons of heaven will definitely be in the top 3. The key is who will get the other slot. Song Yen and Lu Su are both likely to get it. Chapter 2044. The registration process was quick. All they had to do was to register their names. Hence, it did not take long. Soon, Lu Ming, Luo Xian, and the rest also went to register. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. A figure stood in front of Lu Ming. Song Yen. Lu Ming frowned. What is Song Yen trying to do? Lu Ming, you are not qualified to take part in the competition. Step down. Song Yen looked down at Lu Ming from above. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Many people looked over curiously, including the older generation cultivators in their seats. Song Yen, what do you mean? How is Lu Ming not qualified to take part in the competition? If he is not qualified, then you are not qualified either. Don't forget that you were defeated by Lu Ming a few days ago. Luo Xian stepped forward and stared at Song Yen. What? Song Yen was defeated? Is that true? Is that the young man? It looks mediocre. Many people were shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in bewilderment. In the ancient devil nation and the other devil nations under its rule, Song Yen was the most outstanding genius, except for the Son of Heaven. Almost no one could defeat him. How could this person defeat Song Yen? What is his background? After all, the geniuses invited by Song Yen were only a small part of the people present. Many people did not know about the battle between Lu Ming and Song Yen. Those geniuses present were afraid of offending Song Yen. When they returned, they did not spread the news. Therefore, not many people knew that Lu Ming had defeated Song Yen. Now that Luo Xian said it, everyone was shocked. Many people even suspected that Luo Xian was telling the truth. Even many of the older generation looked at Lu Ming curiously. Being able to defeat Song Yen was no small matter. Such a genius would have great achievements in the future. Naturally, he was worth paying attention to. Song Yan's face was extremely dark. Luo Xian was not giving him any face at all. He had actually revealed the matter of his defeat in front of everyone. During this time, I sent people to investigate this person, but they didn't find any clues. They couldn't find out his origin at all. This person's origin is unknown, so he is not qualified to participate in the competition. Song Yen shouted. The purpose of this competition is to congratulate the great emperor. As for the background of the participants, what does it matter? Luo Xian argued strongly. His origin is unknown. Who knows what he is plotting? Song Yen sneered. Great emperor, what should we do? Up above, the Blue Demon King asked the ancient great emperor for instructions. I have already handed this matter over to you. You have full authority to handle it. The ancient great emperor waved his hand. He had no interest in the conflict between the younger generation. From his height, he only had the mentality of watching a good show. Only the Son of Heaven would be worthy of his attention. Yes, great emperor. The Blue Demon King bowed and then moved, appearing above Lu Ming and the others. What's going on? The Blue Demon King said in a dignified manner. It's like this. Luo Xian took the initiative to explain the situation. The great emperor has just passed a great tribulation. This is a grand event that only happens once every 300,000 years. There cannot be any mistakes. You withdraw. The Blue Demon King looked at Lu Ming and waved his hand. Lu Ming frowned. Luo Xian's face turned ugly. The Blue Demon King was not allowing Lu Ming to participate in the competition. A cold smile appeared on Song Yan's face. Not far away, Yuning, Ji Tian, and the others also revealed gloating smiles. Your Highness, I did defeat Song Yen, but you can't shield him because of this. Lu Ming said. His voice was very loud and spread in all directions. His meaning was clear. The Blue Demon King was deliberately making things difficult for him because of Song Yen. Impudent! What kind of attitude is this? How dare you doubt this king? The Blue Demon King shouted. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Your origin is unknown. I am already merciful for not taking you down on the spot. How dare you speak so much? If you don't withdraw, don't blame this king for being impolite. The scene was silent. No one said anything. The Luo family head felt that the Blue Demon King had gone too far. He, the Blue Demon King, had great power in the ancient devil nation. It was not worthwhile for him to offend the Blue Demon King because of this matter. It was just that he could not participate in the competition. In his opinion, it was a small matter. However, this was a big matter for Lu Ming. It was related to the ancient devil coffin. But it was clear that the Blue Demon King would not give him this opportunity. The ancient great emperor looked on indifferently. Although he also felt that the Blue Demon King had gone too far, since he had let the Blue Demon King host, he would not say anything. "Why aren't you withdrawing?" The Azure Demon King bellowed again. His terrifying aura was like a tidal wave, pressing on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body retreated continuously. He was under immense pressure. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was extremely unwilling. But in the end, Lu Ming retreated. The Blue Demon King's strength was shocking. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was still a peak true emperor. It was impossible to fight him head-on. He had to think of another way. Song Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. The reason why he did not let Lu Ming participate was to take revenge on Lu Ming. The second reason was that Lu Ming's strength was too shocking. If Lu Ming participated, he would have no hope of getting into the top 3. The registration continued. It took half a day for the registration to end. After the registration, the competition began. It was very intense. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lu Ming. He sat in his seat, drinking while thinking about his next step. How could he borrow the ancient devil coffin for a month? For martial experts, even those who had reached the sage realm, it was normal for them to sit in the coffin for a few months. Therefore, the competition continued. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. After a few days of competition, most of the people were eliminated. Only a few dozen people were left. These dozens of people were all extremely talented, and many of them even had king bodies. The land of myriad demons is indeed a warlike place. There is endless killing. The overall level of the prodigies is stronger than that of Yuan Mountain. Towards the end, Lu Ming also perked up and observed. He found that the number of geniuses in the land of myriad demons was about the same as that of Yuan Mountain, but the quality was higher. For example, the average cultivation of the geniuses in the land of myriad demons was higher than that of Yuan Mountain. Many of them had reached the absolute saint realm. There were even some who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. For example, Luo Xian had a monarch body at the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, she did not have the slightest advantage among these geniuses. There were at least 20 or 30 people who were not weaker than her. This was not all the geniuses in the land of myriad demons. It was only half of them. There were so many powerful geniuses who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. It was shocking. However, in the past few years, after the cultivation in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, the competition, and the battle with the evil god tribe, many people's cultivation base had increased. Chapter 2045. The competition continued. Among them, 2 young men caught Lu Ming's attention. Because these 2 people were exceptionally powerful. They were 2 Elysian children. Children of the void, children of death. Lu Ming whispered. One of the 2 Elysian children controlled the law of nothingness, which was also one of the 10 strongest laws. It was extremely terrifying and could turn everything into nothingness. The other person actually controlled the law of death, just like Death Blade. Today was indeed a golden era. In the past, it was already very impressive for an Elysian child to appear. But now, Elysian children were appearing frequently. Even the same law had different people who had successfully cultivated it. This was only the land of Yuan Mountain and the land of infinite demons. One had to know that the Yuan realm had 10 lands. It was conceivable that there would be more than one Elysian child. It was conceivable that if Death Blade encountered this person, a great battle would probably break out. In addition to these 2 people, Song Yan's strength was indeed very strong. He was invincible and was a popular candidate for the top 3. After a few days of fierce battles, all the rankings were out. Luo Xian and Yu Ning were both ranked 22nd. They didn't even squeeze into the top 20. As for Ji Tian, he had cultivated the law of light and was indeed powerful. He had surged all the way to the top 10 and was ranked 6th. After all, there were very few people who could cultivate the law of light in the monarch body. And Song Yan, after a series of battles, finally defeated his competitors and obtained 3rd place. The 1st and 2nd place were naturally the 2 Elysian children. The 2 Elysian children's cultivation had reached the great circle of the absolute saint realm and were very close to the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, they had cultivated the law of light. Their combat strength was too strong. The most exciting battle was the battle between the 2 Elysian children, which pushed the atmosphere to the peak. The law of nothingness and the law of death collided. These 2 laws were extremely overbearing. The 2's cultivation was also similar. The battle took 1,000 moves to determine the winner. In the end, the child of death narrowly won because of his mastery of the law of light. He was very close to the quasi-emperor realm. Amazing, amazing! Is this the battle strength of the Elysian children? It's really terrifying. Luo Xian blinked her big eyes in amazement. The Elysian child is indeed powerful. Below the martial emperor realm, ordinary martial artists are no match for the Elysian child. No matter how strong they are, it's useless. Yuning also sighed and glanced at Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally. This meant that if one wasn't an Elysian child, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be a match for an Elysian child. Lu Ming smiled faintly and sighed inwardly. If he made a move, he would definitely be able to enter the top 3. Although the 2 Elysian children were strong, he was not afraid. What a pity! Lu Ming sighed, picked up a cup of wine, and drank it in one gulp. Yuning thought that Lu Ming had realized the difference between him and the Elysian child, which was why he was acting like this. She sneered. Those ranked in the top 3 can make a request to me. Come forward. At this moment, the ancient great emperor's voice sounded. The 2 Elysian children and Song Yan stepped forward. At this moment, Song Yan was extremely excited. If he made a request to the great emperor, he had to make sure that this request was of the greatest value to him, the most beneficial value to him. Should I ask for an ancient scripture or take the opportunity to become the great emperor's disciple? Song Yan's mind spun rapidly, and his body trembled with excitement. Haha, since it's so lively today, I'll join in the fun. At this moment, a loud laugh resounded through the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sky rumbled as if a huge monster was about to break through the void. Many experts' faces darkened as they looked at the void in the distance. Rip. In the next moment, the void cracked open, and an incomparably huge battleship sailed out of the dark void. The battleship was 10,000 meters long, and it was pitch black. It gave off a terrifying pressure. That's the Undying Demon Kingdom's undying battleship. Someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked. The Undying Demon Kingdom was another super demon kingdom that was as famous as the ancient demon kingdom. 2 tigers could not live on one mountain. The 2 super demon kingdoms were naturally hostile, and there would often be conflicts and wars. The undying battleship of the Undying Demon Kingdom had broken through the void and arrived. A group of people stood on the deck of the battleship. The person in the lead was a middle-aged burly man. He was wearing a long robe and had a domineering aura. Undying, what are you doing here? The ancient great emperor looked at the burly man and said coldly. Many people were shocked. In the Undying Demon Kingdom, only one person dared to use this title, and that was the ruler of the Undying Demon Kingdom, the Undying Emperor. Just like the ancient great emperor, every ruler of the Undying Demon Kingdom used the title of Undying Emperor. Ancient Immortal, you finally survived the calamity. Of course I'm here to congratulate you. But don't you welcome me? The Undying Emperor laughed. You're a guest. Come and sit down. The ancient great emperor said, and then ordered people to prepare seats. Let's go. The Undying Emperor said. Many people followed him and jumped down from the battleship. Those who followed the Undying Emperor were experts of the older generation, and there were also experts of the younger generation. The Undying Emperor glanced around, and his gaze fell on the young Sky Prides on the battle stage. At this moment, the top 30 Sky Prides were still standing on the battle stage. The top 3 could make a request to the ancient great emperor. The top 10 would be rewarded handsomely, and the top 30 would also be rewarded. That was why they were waiting there. The ancient demon kingdom is indeed full of geniuses. The sky prides of my undying demon kingdom are also tempted. They want to spar with the sky prides of the ancient demon kingdom. Ancient Immortal, what do you think? The undying emperor laughed. They're here. Many people felt their hearts trembling. Indeed, the people from the undying devil empire didn't come here with good intentions. They wouldn't be here just to congratulate the ancient emperor. Alright, I have the same idea. Let the 2 sky prides spar. It's good for them too. The ancient great emperor said. He could not refuse. Otherwise, people would think that the ancient demon kingdom was afraid of the undying demon kingdom. Alright, The undying emperor laughed. He then looked at the young men behind him and said, have fun with the sky prides of the ancient demon kingdom. Remember, don't embarrass me. Yes, great emperor. The sky prides cupped their fists. I'll go first. Then, a young man from the undying demon kingdom leaped onto the battle stage. He looked arrogant as he scanned the sky prides of the ancient demon kingdom and said, my name is Yuan Tua. I have the king body. I've just reached the great circle of the saint realm. Who wants to spar with me? The sky prides of the ancient demon kingdom fell silent. Many of them looked around, but no one stepped forward. The undying demon kingdom did not have good intentions. Their sky prides would not be weak. They did not know how strong their opponent was, so they did not dare to act rashly. If they lost, it would be embarrassing. Chapter 2046. What? You don't dare to fight me? Yuan Tua sneered. Let me fight you. Someone shouted and stepped out. It was Luo Xian. What a beautiful woman. Don't worry. I'm a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. I'll be merciful later. Yuan Tua laughed. Shameless boasting. Luo Xian said coldly. She was unhappy with Yuan Tua. The 2 of them stood facing each other, and their auras spread out. The geniuses in the fighting ring flew down and stood outside the fighting ring. Pretty lady, I'm ranked 25 in the Immortal Demon Nation. I wonder what your rank is in the Ancient Demon Nation? Yuan Tua laughed. 22. Luo Xian replied coldly. 22. I can defeat you. Yuan Tua laughed, and his aura became stronger. He then rushed toward Luo Xian. Judgment. Luo Xian said softly and used her judgment law to fight against Yuan Tua. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the 2 of them were forced back. They were evenly matched. Yuan Tuo's face turned serious, and he charged toward Luo Xian. Luo Xian fought back. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Yuan Tua was strong. He had a king body, and he was not weaker than Luo Xian. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of blows, but they were still evenly matched. However, the faces of many people from the ancient devil nation turned grim. Yuan Tua said that he was only ranked 25 in the Immortal Demon Nation, while Luo Xian was ranked 22. If they were evenly matched, wouldn't it mean that the ancient demon nation was weaker? Boom, boom. In the fighting ring, the 2 of them exchanged dozens of blows, but they were still evenly matched. At this moment, Yuan Tuo's eyes turned cold. He was the first one to fight, and a draw was not the result he wanted. Swoosh, swoosh. Yuan Tua suddenly changed his moves. His claws were like lightning, and he grabbed at Luo Xian's chest and other private areas. Luo Xian's face turned ugly. She was flustered, and she was at a disadvantage. Despicable. How dare you use such a despicable method? Someone from the ancient demon nation shouted. What a joke. In a battle of life and death, any method can be used. If you don't know this, how can you cultivate the demon nation? Someone from the Immortal Demon Nation sneered, and the people from the Ancient Demon Nation were unhappy. Bang! Luo Xian was at a disadvantage. Finally, he was no match for his opponent. After receiving a blow from his opponent, he was forced to retreat as blood spilled from his mouth. Yuan Tua continued his frenzied attacks. Luo Xian was injured and was at a complete disadvantage. A beauty like jade, let me have a taste of a beauty's touch. Yuan Tua sneered coldly as he approached Luo Xian and secretly transmitted his voice to him. Luo Xian gritted his teeth in anger, but he was indeed no match for his opponent. After a few moves, he was sent flying again. Luo Xian gritted his teeth and rushed down the fighting ring. She understood that she had already lost this battle. If she continued to fight, she would only be humiliated by her opponent. Where are you going? Yuan Tuo's figure was extremely fast. He quickly approached Luo Xian and blasted a palm towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian could not avoid this attack. In his seat, Lu Ming had been paying close attention to the situation on the fighting stage. At this moment his eyes turned cold, and his body shot out explosively. Even from a distance, he blasted out a palm strike. A palm print formed and blasted towards Yuan Tuo. Those above Martial Emperor would not be able to make a move. However, as a member of the younger generation, he could. Yuan Tuo's expression changed. He blasted out a blow with all his might and collided with Lu Ming's palm print. Then, his body shook violently, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Lu Ming rushed forward, grabbed Luo Xian's slender waist, and returned to the fighting ring. "Boy, you interfered in our battle. Are you trying to break the rules?" Yuan Tuo said with a gloomy face. Luo Xian's body has already flown out of the fighting ring, which is equivalent to admitting defeat. If you continue to attack, you are the one who broke the rules first. Lu Ming said lightly. Luo Xian's body had indeed flown out of the fighting ring. Once her body flew out of the fighting ring, it was equivalent to admitting defeat. Since Yuan Tuo was still attacking, Lu Ming could naturally help. "Humph, boy, you want to be the hero who saves the beauty? I'd like to see what you're capable of." A wisp of killing intent flashed in Yuan Tuo's eyes. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming let go of Luo Xian and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with you. Get out of the fighting ring." Song Yan landed on the fighting ring and looked coldly at Lu Ming. He scolded, "Since when is it your turn to interfere with someone who isn't even qualified to participate in the battle? Of course, we will be the ones to fight with the geniuses of the Immortal Devil Kingdom. Get out." Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Finally, he sneered, "Oh, I'll leave it to you. Luo Xian, let's go." Lu Ming and Luo Xian moved and returned to their seats. "Do you want to continue the battle?" Song Yan looked at Yuan Tuo. "What's your ranking in the ancient Devil Kingdom?" Yuan Tuo asked. "Third." Song Yan replied arrogantly, revealing a hint of pride. "You want to fight me, who is ranked 25th in the Immortal Devil Kingdom?" Yuan Tuo revealed a mocking expression. "If you want to fight, I will send someone else to fight with you," Song Yan said. He used the word, send, as if everyone had to listen to his orders. "I won one battle. I won't fight." Yuan Tuo smiled and left the fighting ring. Then, another young man from the Immortal Devil Kingdom appeared. "I'm Ao Xian, ranked 15th in the Immortal Devil Kingdom. Who wants to fight me?" Ao Xian's voice rang out. "I'll fight you." A young man from the ancient Devil Kingdom stepped onto the fighting ring. He was also ranked 15th in the ancient Devil Kingdom. The battle broke out, but the result made the people from the ancient Devil Kingdom pale. In just a few dozen moves, the genius from the ancient Devil Kingdom was defeated. They were both ranked 15th, but the genius from the ancient Devil Kingdom was no match for Ao Xian. Didn't this mean that the ancient Devil Kingdom was inferior to Ao Xian? "Who wants to fight me?" After Ao Xian won, he did not retreat. He wanted to continue the battle. Then, the genius from the ancient Devil Kingdom who was ranked 13th went up to fight Ao Xian. The two of them exchanged a few hundred moves, but the result was still Ao Xian coming out on top. Then, the sparring continued. However, the genius from the ancient Devil Kingdom was at a disadvantage. The two countries were ranked the same. In fact, the geniuses from the ancient Devil Kingdom who were ranked slightly higher were no match for the geniuses from the Immortal Devil Kingdom. Only those who were ranked 3 or even 4 places higher than the geniuses from the ancient Devil Kingdom could fight or even defeat them. A day later, the genius from the ancient Devil Kingdom who was ranked 6th defeated the genius from the ancient Devil Kingdom who was ranked 4th. Sush. Then, another young man from the Immortal Devil Kingdom stepped onto the fighting ring. This person was ranked 4th in the Immortal Devil Kingdom. I heard that the top 3 geniuses from the ancient Devil Kingdom are all incredible geniuses. Who is ranked 3rd? Come out and fight. This person said. Song Yen stepped out with a pale face. Boom. The two of them started the fight, and an intense battle broke out. Chapter 2047. That's the law of 10,000 magic. Someone exclaimed as they recognized the law. The law of 10,000 magic was also the law of kings, and it was extremely terrifying. It was most suitable for demonic cultivators. Once the law of 10,000 magic was used, it was as if it could summon the will of an ancient demon and attack the enemy with it. It was very terrifying. Although their cultivation levels were similar, Song Yen was at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting. He roared and tried his best to fight with his opponent, but after dozens of moves, he was still no match for him. He was sent flying out of the fighting ring and vomited blood. He was defeated after dozens of moves, and his opponent was only ranked 4th in the Undying Demonic Kingdom. Didn't that mean that there were 3 more geniuses who were stronger than him? Could it be that his opponent had 3 sons of heaven? Impossible. I've always heard that the Undying Demonic Kingdom only has 2 sons of heaven. How is that possible? This person cultivates the law of 10,000 magic and has the light of the law. His combat strength is amazing. Other than the sons of heaven, who else is stronger than him? Everyone was talking about it. The experts of the ancient demonic kingdom had ugly looks on their faces. The ancient great emperor's face was ugly as well. Today was the day to celebrate his passing of the tribulation, but the undying demonic kingdom had come and challenged him with a younger generation. This was equivalent to slapping his face. However, the ancient demonic kingdom was still at a disadvantage. At this time, another figure rushed into the fighting ring. The Son of the Void. Many people were shocked. It was the Son of the Void of the ancient demonic kingdom, who was ranked 2nd. The Son of the Void stepped toward the expert of the undying demonic kingdom. His powerful aura made his opponent's face extremely serious. Your opponent is me. At this time, a young man from the undying demonic kingdom also rushed into the fighting ring, and his aura rushed toward the Son of the Void. Boom! The Son of the Void's figure was blocked. It's the law of void again. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. The genius of the undying demonic kingdom also mastered the law of void, which was the same as the Son of the Void of the ancient demonic kingdom. 2 sons of the void. In the land of myriad devils, there are 2 sons of the void. 2 super devil nations each have one. These 2 are fated rivals. When they first rose to prominence, they often fought each other. Almost every year they would fight. Even now, it's difficult to determine a victor. Luo Xian's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears as he explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Different people grasping the same ultimate law. They were indeed fated rivals. Everyone wanted to be the strongest. Only by stepping on their opponents could they truly climb to the top. This was much more meaningful than defeating the other Elysian children. Thus, if 2 Elysian children of the same level were to meet, a battle would definitely erupt. Unless the difference in cultivation level between the 2 sides was too great. If that was the case, there would be no point in fighting. Boom! The 2 fated opponents understood each other too well. Without any superfluous words, they started fighting. The terrifying law of nothingness continued to collide. It was as if everything was about to turn into nothingness. At the same time, the Son of Death, who was ranked 1st in the ancient devil nation, soared through the air, surrounded by the law of death. His gaze landed on a genius from the undying devil nation. That genius also soared into the sky and stood opposite the Son of Death. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, and a mysterious law burst out at the same time. It's the law of primordial chaos. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He finally saw a new law of primordial chaos. Among the 10 ultimate laws, the law of primordial chaos was the most similar to the law of primordial chaos. He still had 3 strands of primordial chaos in his hands. The 2 Elysian children stood opposite each other. Their auras clashed, forming a terrifying storm. The 2 of us have fought more than once. It's hard to determine the winner. The son of primordial chaos said. As the top genius of the land of myriad devils, they naturally knew each other. Moreover, they had fought more than once. You don't have the confidence to defeat me. It's meaningless for you to come here today. The son of death said coldly. Although the other geniuses from the undying devil nation had the upper hand, they couldn't defeat the Elysian children. Even if they had the upper hand before, it was meaningless. The ones fighting you today are not us. The son of primordial chaos said. What did he mean? Many people were shocked. If they weren't the ones fighting the son of death, who else could it be? Could it be that there were other Elysian children in the undying devil nation? I can tell you that in the past, I was ranked first in the undying devil nation. But now, I'm ranked second. The son of primordial chaos said. The people from the ancient devil nation were shocked. The son of primordial chaos was ranked second? Could it be that he had been defeated by the son of the void? However, the son of the void's cultivation had not reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. Moreover, even if he had reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm, he might not be able to defeat the son of primordial chaos. Apart from the son of the void, the undying devil nation had someone stronger than the son of primordial chaos? Everyone couldn't calm down. Bang, bang. At this time, a young man stepped out from the undying devil nation's side. Every step he took caused the void to rumble. He was an ordinary-looking young man. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt with his arms exposed. His arms were pitch black like demonic iron and seemed to be filled with explosive power. His eyes were pitch black, but they shone with ambition. Everyone from the ancient devil nation turned to look at this person. Could he be the number one genius of the undying devil nation? Stronger than the son of primordial chaos? Impossible. His cultivation seems to be at the great circle of the absolute saint realm. How can he be stronger than the son of primordial chaos? That's right. It said that the son of primordial chaos's cultivation has reached the peak of the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He's only a step away from entering the boundary emperor realm. He's on par with the son of death. Many people from the ancient devil nation discussed among themselves. They couldn't figure it out. Even the ancient great emperor and other experts looked at the young man curiously. Lu Ming also looked at the young man. He could vaguely feel that the young man gave him a strong pressure. It was as if the young man's body contained a terrifying power. He didn't feel this kind of pressure even when facing Heng Xinghe or the son of primordial chaos. My name is Ancient Devil, the young man said calmly. His voice reverberated throughout the area. After he finished speaking, he looked at the son of death and said, "Today, your opponent is me." Boom. At this moment, the two sons of the void exchanged a blow and retreated simultaneously. The son of the void from the ancient devil nation looked at Ancient Devil coldly. You want to fight us? Then let's see what you're capable of. The son of the void from the ancient devil nation was extremely domineering. With a wave of his hand, a ray of void light shot towards Ancient Devil. This void light was extremely terrifying. As long as it swept past, everything would turn into nothingness. Boom. Ancient Devil attacked. Chapter 2048. The Ancient Devil punched out. His fist was covered with a layer of black light. Boom. The punch seemed to tear the space apart as it collided with the law of nothingness. What was shocking was that when the punch landed on the law of nothingness shook violently as if it was about to be torn apart by the Ancient Devil's punch. What a terrifying attack. But why can't I feel the fluctuation of the law from him? I don't feel it either. What's going on? Some people were discussing in shock. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was surprised. He did not feel the power of the law from the Ancient Devil either. He only felt the extremely condensed explosive power and attack that seemed to be able to tear apart all the laws. Could it be? Some of the older generation figures seemed to have realized something and were shocked. Kill! The son of the void of the ancient devil nation roared. A ray of light of nothingness spread out and enveloped his body. He exploded with all his strength. The law of nothingness and saint power combined to form a demonic blade. Blades of nothingness turn into nothingness. The son of the void's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. He waved his arms, and the blades of nothingness shot toward the ancient devil. As long as one was hit by the blades of nothingness, everything would turn into nothingness. Not even the most basic particles would be left behind. This was the terror of the law of nothingness. However, the ancient devil was not afraid at all. His body was covered in a layer of black demonic light. He kept punching with his fists. Don't. His fists kept colliding with the blades of nothingness. A deafening roar sounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than a dozen blows. Bam, bam. After more than a dozen blows, the blades of nothingness were shattered by the ancient devil and exploded. The ancient devil stepped into the air. Demonic light shrouded him. He was extremely domineering. It was as if a real ancient demon god had awakened. Boom! The ancient devil launched a storm-like attack, suppressing the son of the void and forcing him to retreat. At the scene, the ancient devil nation, whether it was the emperor-level experts or the younger generation figures, were shocked beyond words. The son of the void was suppressed in just a dozen blows. This was something that even the son of death, who was ranked first, could not do. Furthermore, they did not sense any law fluctuations from the ancient devil's body. How can he be so terrifying? I can feel that his cultivation is at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but why is his battle prowess so terrifying? He's even stronger than the Elysian child. What law does he control? I can't sense the power of laws. Voices rang out one after another. Their voices were filled with disbelief. Could it be an archaic devil cultivator? It must be. It must be an immemorial demonic cultivator. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such terrifying power. I didn't expect that immemorial demonic cultivators would appear in the Yuan realm. At this moment, several white-haired old men spoke. Their voices were filled with shock and seriousness. Primordial devil cultivator? Many people were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had heard of this term. The history of cultivation in the heaven realm far exceeds that of the primordial realm. Legend has it that in the primordial age of the heaven realm, the cultivation system was completely different from the current cultivation system. At that time, the path of cultivation did not cultivate the power of laws. Instead, it focused more on one's own body. Those who succeeded in cultivation would have extremely terrifying offensive power. There was a saying that one's strength could break through all techniques. The primordial cultivation system was divided into many types. The primordial demonic cultivators of that time were the true demonic cultivators. Their demonic origin was shocking, and their offensive power was unparalleled. An old man muttered and said a bunch of things. Everyone was shocked. The primordial cultivation system. Could it be that the ancient devil cultivated the primordial cultivation system? The ancient devil should have cultivated the primordial demonic path. However, the primordial cultivation system is extremely difficult to cultivate. It's even more difficult to cultivate it successfully. Later on, after the rise of the law system, the primordial cultivation system slowly disappeared. There are very few in the heaven realm. I didn't expect the primordial cultivation system to appear in the Yuan realm. Beside Lu Ming and the others, Patriarch Luo sighed. He had also heard some rumors. Some old men sighed. In fact, the current demonic cultivators could no longer be considered true demonic cultivators. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were shocked. At this moment, the ancient devil had completely gained the upper hand. The son of the void kept retreating. In the end, the ancient devil punched through the law of nothingness. The law of nothingness was said to be able to turn everything into nothingness. However, it couldn't break the layer of demonic light on the ancient devil's body. Instead, the demonic light pierced through the law of nothingness. At the same time, the demonic light whistled and almost tore the son of the void's law light apart. The son of the void frantically retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. "You've lost." The ancient devil stood in the air and said indifferently. He looked ordinary, but he had an invincible belief. The son of the void's face was pale. He had been defeated in just a few moves. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation wasn't higher than his. They were at the same level. This was a huge blow to him. Every son of the heavens had an invincible belief. They believed that they could defeat all strong opponents and reach the peak. The reason he had lost to the Son of Death was that the Son of Death had broken through to the great circle of the Saint Realm longer than him. His mastery of the law was stronger than his. When he caught up in this aspect, he wouldn't lose. But now, he had lost to the ancient devil. The Son of the Void's expression changed. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. He landed on a seat and circulated his energy to heal his injuries. At this moment, the ancient devil looked at the Son of Death. Do you still want to fight? The ancient devil asked indifferently. The Son of Death of the ancient devil nation was called Gulong. His expression was solemn. The ancient devil's meaning was obvious. Gulong was only slightly stronger than the Son of the Void. However, the ancient devil could easily crush the Son of the Void. It was obvious who was stronger. Was there a need to fight again? Let's fight. Gulong was very straightforward. He stepped out and the light of death surrounded his body. Let's decide this in one move. If I can't defeat you in one move, I'll admit defeat. Gulong stared at the ancient devil. Up to you. The ancient devil said indifferently, showing his strong confidence. Many people from the ancient devil nation were nervous. Gulong was their last hope. If even Gulong was defeated, then the ancient devil nation would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. The ancient great emperor's face was gloomy. He knew that the undying emperor was here to slap him in the face. Just when he had passed the great tribulation and the nation was celebrating, the undying emperor came to slap him in the face. On the battle stage, Gulong and the ancient devil faced each other. Their auras were getting stronger and stronger. When it reached its peak, Gulong made his move. Abyss of Death. Gulong waved his hands. As he waved his hands, a huge abyss appeared out of thin air. This abyss was huge and as black as ink. It was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to bury everything under the abyss. Although Gulong and the Undying Blade both controlled the law of death, the way they used it was very different. Chapter 2049. The Death Abyss was as dark as ink and unfathomable. The moment it appeared, it pressed down on the ancient devil, suppressing him within the abyss. Success! Some of the people from the ancient devil nation were overjoyed. Previously, Gulong had used this move to defeat the Son of the Void. Even the law of the Void could not break the Death Abyss. All living beings will die if they fall into the Death Abyss. Gulong said as he exploded. The death chi in the Death Abyss was extremely dense. But in the next moment, Gulong's face changed. Don't. A deafening explosion could be heard from the Death Abyss. Don't. Following that, the explosion in the Death Abyss became more intense. In the end, the entire Death Abyss shook violently. After a series of explosions, the Abyss of Death suddenly exploded as a figure covered in a demonic glow appeared in the sky like a peerless demon. As for Gulong, the moment the Death Abyss was broken, he retreated with blood flowing out of his mouth. Defeated. The Son of Death, Gulong, was defeated. At this moment, many of the people from the ancient devil nation turned pale. The strongest person from the ancient devil nation had been defeated. This time, the ancient devil nation had suffered a crushing defeat. Just the ancient devil alone was enough to wipe out all of them. How could the Son of Heaven be defeated? Some of the young people found it even more unbelievable. The Son of Heaven was almost invincible among those of the same level. But now, the Son of Heaven was defeated. Many of the young people felt their confidence crumbling. Ancient Devil Nation, the geniuses of your ancient Devil Nation aren't that great. Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? The Undying Emperor laughed heartily. The Undying Devil Nation and the Ancient Devil Nation were two super devil nations in the land of infinite devils. They had been competing with each other for a long time. The Undying Emperor was naturally happy to be able to slap the Ancient Great Emperor in the face. The other people from the Ancient Devil Nation did not look too good. Slapping the Ancient Great Emperor in the face was equivalent to humiliating them. To think that the Undying Devil Nation has someone who has cultivated the primordial demon Tao to such a level. This is rare. The Ancient Great Emperor spoke. This person is a legendary genius of my undying devil kingdom. He hasn't been able to awaken his bloodline since he was a child, much less comprehend concepts or control laws. But this boy has his own lucky chance. He accidentally obtained a cultivation method of the ancient demon path. I never imagined that he would be a peerless genius that cultivates the ancient demon path. After cultivating the ancient demon path, his strength has soared by leaps and bounds. Undead Emperor was very proud, and he introduced Ancient Devil. Many people were shocked. They had not expected that the Ancient Devil could not cultivate the martial way of the present, nor could he comprehend the concepts and laws. However, he was incomparably suited for the ancient demon path. He was a peerless genius who cultivated the ancient demon path. The ancient cultivation system was extremely difficult to cultivate, and it was many times more difficult than the current cultivation system. Otherwise, it would not have been gradually lost. Furthermore, it didn't mean that just by cultivating the primeval demon path, one would be able to crush the current cultivation system and even defeat the Elysian child. Only the most exceptional of geniuses could reach the level of the ancient devil. Primordial cultivation system, primordial demonic Tao. Lu Ming muttered, and his eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. This was the first time Lu Ming had encountered and heard of the primordial cultivation system. The primordial era of the heavenly world was an era even earlier than the ancient era. At that time, the evil god tribe had not yet started their invasion. Lu Ming was really excited to see the ancient devil, and he wondered if he should take action and fight with him. "Kid, you come up." Just as Lu Ming was thinking, a voice rang out. A young man from the undead devil kingdom stepped onto the battle stage and looked at Lu Ming. That's right, he was looking at Lu Ming. This young man was the one who had defeated Luo Xian, and Lu Ming had saved Luo Xian, and he was called Yuan Tua. Previously, he had been careless and had been pushed back by Lu Ming. He felt that he had lost face, and he was in a bad mood. He had been thinking about how to ruthlessly beat up Lu Ming to regain his face. Now that the battle had ended, he finally found an opportunity to step onto the battle stage. "Aren't you very strong? Didn't you want to be the hero who saved the beauty? Come up and fight with me. Let's see what you're capable of." Yuan Tua stared at Lu Ming and shouted again. Lu Ming laughed. He really laughed. He had been looking for an opportunity to show off. Firstly, he wanted to attract the attention of the ancient great emperor. Secondly, he did want to fight with the ancient devil. Therefore, Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped onto the battle stage. On the ancient devil kingdom side, some people looked at Lu Ming curiously. This was because Luo Xian had said that Lu Ming had defeated Song Yan. They did not know if it was true or not. "Make your move. I'll give you a chance to make your move." With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly with a contemptuous look on his face. Of course, he did it on purpose. As expected, Yuan Tua was angry. "You're courting death," Yuan Tua shouted. He channeled all his strength and rushed towards Lu Ming with a swoosh, throwing out a punch. This punch was like a demonic bull galloping. It was like a sharp horn piercing toward Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's move was simple. He threw out a punch. However, he did not use the law of array. Instead, he used the suppressing hell skill. The power of the suppressing hell skill was completely contained in his fist. It clashed with Yuan Tuo's fist. Like a drum, the sky buzzed. Then, a figure flew back and fell a few hundred meters away. This figure was naturally Yuan Tua. Initially, many people from the ancient devil kingdom were dispirited because of the defeat of the two Elysian children. But now, their eyes lit up. To be able to defeat Yuan Tua in one move, his combat strength was not weak. Could it be that what Luo Xian said was true? Lu Ming had defeated Song Yan? Yuan Tua struggled to get up. His face was flushed red. He had challenged Lu Ming to defeat Lu Ming to regain his face. He did not expect to be defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He was sent flying a few hundred meters away. Not only did he not regain his face, he was even more embarrassed. He regretted it and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "What's your rank in the ancient devil kingdom?" Yuan Tua gritted his teeth and asked. If Lu Ming was ranked high in the ancient devil kingdom, he would not be so embarrassed after being defeated. Nameless, Lu Ming said calmly. He did not participate in the ancient devil kingdom's battle, so he was indeed nameless. However, when the sky prides of the ancient devil kingdom heard this, they felt that Lu Ming was humiliating them on purpose. How could a nameless person defeat Yuan Tuo? You're trying to humiliate us in this way, aren't you? Let me fight you. A young man from the ancient devil kingdom snorted. He took a step forward and appeared in the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming. Chapter 2050. Make your move. Lu Ming said calmly. That person moved and slashed out a vast demonic blade. Its power was indeed stronger than Yuan Tuo's. However, Lu Ming threw a punch, directly crushing the other party's saber gleam and sending the other party flying. One move, another move. His opponent had a king body at the peak of the absolute saint realm, so his combat power was definitely strong. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but he was able to defeat his opponent with one move, which shocked many people. What a strong combat power. One punch and he's able to destroy everything. His fighting style is a bit like the ancient devils. There are no law fluctuations. Someone was puzzled. I heard that he defeated Song Yan before. I was skeptical, but now it seems that it might be true. Someone thought of Luo Xian's words. Song Yan's face was extremely pale. Some people might not have taken Luo Xian's words seriously, but Lu Ming's real strength confirmed Luo Xian's words. He had been defeated by Lu Ming before. Lu Ming, get off the fighting ring. You're just a nobody. You're not qualified to fight on the fighting ring. Song Yan shouted, asking Lu Ming to get off the fighting ring. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Song Yan and scolded, "This is between me and the elites of the Immortal Demon Kingdom. Shut up, you piece of trash." What did you say? Song Yan was furious after being called a piece of trash by Lu Ming in public. He glared at Lu Ming. You've been defeated by me, and you've been defeated by the people of the Immortal Demon Kingdom. How dare you talk nonsense here? If you're not a piece of trash, what are you? If I were you, I would destroy my own cultivation. What's the point of practicing martial arts? Lu Ming shouted. You, Song Yan's body trembled, and his face turned red. How dare you? You're so young, yet you're so vicious. You want to ruin my mental state? You deserve to die. The Blue Demon King coldly shouted, his eyes filled with ice-cold killing intent. A powerful aura enveloped Lu Ming. Song Mo, it's best that you don't interfere in the matters of the younger generation. At this moment, the ancient great emperor spoke indifferently. With a slight wave of his hand, the Blue Demon King's aura disappeared without a trace. Previously, in the contest between the ancient devil nation, he had given the authority to the Blue Demon King. Since the other party did not allow Lu Ming to participate, he could not be bothered to interfere. But now, the ancient devil nation had been defeated time and time again, and they had lost all face. On the other hand, Lu Ming had just defeated 2 people in a row, and he had regained some face. Naturally, he would not allow the Blue Demon King to act recklessly. When the ancient great emperor spoke, the Blue Demon King's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly bowed and sat down. However, his icy gaze still swept over Lu Ming from time to time. At this moment, more sky prides from the undying devil nation flashed and landed on the battle stage. They wanted to challenge Lu Ming. You're not my match. Lu Ming shook his head. He did not look at these people anymore. Instead, he stepped into the air and walked toward the ancient devil. What is he doing? Many people were stunned. Lu Ming was walking toward the ancient devil? Even the Elysian children were flabbergasted. Lu Ming came to the front of the ancient devil, his eyes filled with intense battle intent. This is the first time I've encountered the ancient devil path. Fight with me, Lu Ming said. His voice was clear and calm. However, it was like a gust of wind that swept in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil? I didn't hear wrongly, right? He's going to challenge the ancient devil? It's true. I heard it too. He's going to challenge the ancient devil. He's crazy. He's crazy. Many people shouted loudly. To them, This was simply inconceivable. Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil. Just now, the ancient devil had displayed his terrifying strength and defeated 2 Elysian children in a row. His battle strength was shocking. But now, Lu Ming was going to challenge the ancient devil? Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Although he had shown strong battle strength and had easily defeated Yuan Tuo and the others, and it was rumored that he had defeated Song Yan. But so what? They were not on the same level at all. Someone like Song Yan would probably be crushed by the ancient devil in one move. Many people thought that Lu Ming was crazy. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the Luo family head were also dumbfounded. Although Lu Ming was powerful, he could not be compared to the ancient demon, who was a rare genius in this world. You overestimate yourself. You think you can be arrogant just because you have some strength? Yu Ning mocked coldly. He's just playing to the gallery. He's just playing to the gallery. Song Yan mocked loudly. He thought that Lu Ming was just playing to the gallery. The ancient great emperor, the undying emperor, and the other top experts were all curious. Knowing the ancient devil's battle strength, he still dared to challenge him in public. Was he really playing to the gallery? Just as everyone was having various thoughts or discussing fervently, Lu Ming's aura suddenly erupted. Boom! Saint power surged out of Lu Ming's body like a mighty river. It turned into a pillar of saint power and shot into the sky. What a strong saint power, what a condensed saint power. This saint power fluctuation is no weaker than a complete absolute saint. Even at the peak of the absolute saint realm, he has such strong saint power. No wonder his battle strength is so strong. Feeling Lu Ming's saint power, some people were shocked and disgusted. But the next moment, the crowd quieted down. In the void, a gray light flashed and intertwined with Lu Ming's saint power, making Lu Ming's aura stronger. The law of chaos. Everyone could tell at a glance that this was the law of chaos. But this was not the end. In the next moment, a halo surrounded Lu Ming, making Lu Ming look like a god of war. This was the light of chaos. At this moment, many people's expressions were extremely interesting. For example, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, Song Yan, and the others opened their mouths so wide that they could swallow a dead mouse. And their expressions were full of shock, disbelief as if they had really swallowed a dead mouse. Luo Xian's mouth was slightly open, and her face was full of surprise. The son of chaos, it's the son of chaos. At this moment, someone finally yelled. The crowd was in an uproar. The son of chaos, so Lu Ming was the son of chaos. No wonder Lu Ming's battle strength was so strong and he was so confident. He said that the other sky prides of the undying empire were no match for him and challenged the ancient devil directly. The son of chaos, who had cultivated the law of chaos, was indeed qualified to challenge the ancient devil. Those who thought Lu Ming was playing to the gallery and that Lu Ming was overestimating himself, or that he was crazy, all shut up. The ancient great emperor's eyes flashed with surprise. He did not expect that in the ancient devil nation, there was another son of chaos besides the son of death and the son of nothingness. Ancient devil nation, such as Sky Pride, is not famous in the ancient devil nation? Ha! Is this how the eternal devil kingdom treats an Elysian child? You've really impressed me. The undying emperor laughed loudly. The ancient great emperor's face darkened slightly. Chapter 2051. This has nothing to do with the great emperor. It's just that some people don't think he's qualified, so I didn't participate in the competition. Lu Ming replied. He still needed to borrow the immemorial demonic coffin from the ancient great emperor, so he naturally had to speak up for the ancient great emperor. Oh, some people are really blind. The undying emperor said with a smile. The blue demon king and Song Yan's faces darkened. Lu Ming deserves to die. The two of them roared in their hearts. The undying heavenly emperor was referring to them when he said that they were blind. However, they did not dare to be hostile to the undying heavenly emperor. They could only blame everything on Lu Ming. The ancient devil looked at Lu Ming in surprise, then shook his head and said, "You're no match for me." His voice was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Even Golong, who had reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, wasn't his match. How could Lu Ming be his match? How would we know if we don't fight? Lu Ming followed suit and spoke confidently. The ancient devil was surprised. Lu Ming knew his combat strength, but he was still so confident. Could it be that he was really confident? Then let's fight, the ancient devil said, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. A dark demonic light enveloped him. Boom! Lu Ming made the first move. He was still using the Hell-Suppressing Heaven skill. However, this time, the Suppressing Hell skill was supported by the Law of Chaos and the Chaotic Light. Boom! The sky shook, and the space rippled like water. A terrifying power surged toward the ancient devil. The ancient devil's body shook, and a demonic light burst out. He threw out a punch and collided with Lu Ming. A deafening explosion sounded, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. Some of the power landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. Boom! 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 A figure took 3 steps back, and the space around him exploded. It was Lu Ming. In this collision, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. On the other hand, the ancient demon did not move. Lu Ming was defeated in the end. Some people sighed inwardly. In the first move, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. After all, he was no match for Ancient Devil. He's overestimating himself. The Ancient Devil is best off killing him. Cripple him. Song Yen laughed in his heart. He hoped Ancient Devil would go crazy and destroy Lu Ming. What terrifying power! At this moment, Lu Ming was also a little shocked. When he had just clashed with Ancient Devil, he realized that Ancient Devil's body was not only strong, but his demonic light was also shockingly powerful. That demonic light was extremely condensed and possessed unparalleled offensive power. Even Lu Ming's law of primal chaos was about to be torn apart by it. It was Lu Ming's first time encountering such astonishing power. Again! Lu Ming roared. He circulated the Suppressing Hell Heaven skill to the extreme and continued to attack Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was like a demonic god as he charged at Lu Ming. The two of them clashed in the void, causing the sky to tremble. However, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. Every time they clashed, his body would be pushed back. After exchanging more than 10 moves, he had already retreated a few hundred meters. After the 15th move, Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters. He felt a stinging pain in his palm and arm. Amazing, amazing! Is this the power of the primordial demon path? Lu Ming exclaimed. This was a cultivation system that was completely different from the current cultivation system. However, the degree of its profoundness was not inferior to the current cultivation system. You overestimate yourself. How dare you challenge a genius of the primordial demon path? You're just asking to be humiliated. Song Yen could not help but mock. However, when he saw the ancient great emperor glancing at him coldly, he trembled and almost wet himself. His expression changed and he did not dare to say a word. After the ancient devil repelled Lu Ming, he did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Chaotic Calamity Finger. At this time, Lu Ming did not continue to use the Suppressing Hell Heaven skill. Instead, he used the Chaotic Calamity Finger. With a point of his finger, a huge chaotic ring formed and blasted towards Ancient Devil. Boom! Ancient Devil's fist bombarded the chaotic ring. The Chaotic Calamity Finger shook violently and broke inch by inch. However, this time, Ancient Devil's attack was also blocked. His body stagnated and came to a stop. At this time, Lu Ming's left hand was filled with endless runes. With a slap, the runes condensed into 9 dragons that rushed towards Ancient Devil. This is the law of Array Dao? He has mastered 2 types of law. How can this be? A sage state can actually control 2 types of law. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. Some even stood up from their seats in excitement. A sage state could actually control 2 types of law. This was unheard of. This guy, he didn't use much of his strength in Yura Kingdom. Luo Xian exclaimed. He finally understood why Lu Ming used the law of Devil Thunder in the beginning. It was formed by the law of chaos. Beside him, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and Ji Peng naturally heard Luo Xian's words. They were tongue-tied, but in the end, They sighed. They understood that Lu Ming did not use his true strength in Yura Kingdom. He was just playing with them. He probably did not take them seriously at all. Yu Ning especially had mixed feelings. In the beginning, Lu Ming had become her guest, but later on, she had personally chased Lu Ming out of the eldest princess mansion. She actually expelled a son of chaos from the eldest princess residence. The undead emperor said that the Blue Demon King and Song Yen were blind. Wasn't she the same? The 9 dragons roared and pounced toward the elder devil. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed with his right hand. A chaotic finger of calamity was formed and blasted toward the elder devil. The 2 types of law attacked at the same time. Finally, the elder devil's expression turned serious. The demonic light on his body gathered and finally turned into a demonic blade that he held in his hand. A blade light slashed toward the 9 dragons. The terrifying power instantly tore the 9 dragons' bodies apart. However, after the 9 dragons were torn apart, they turned into endless runes and spread toward the elder devil, trying to seal him. Break! The elder devil roared. Demonic light burst out with shocking power and directly tore apart the law of Array Dao. Then, he slashed out again and collided with the chaotic finger of calamity. This slash tore apart the chaotic finger of calamity, but his own attack also slowed down and was not smooth. Then, Lu Ming's hands moved at the same time. He used the law of chaos and the law of Array Dao at the same time to fight the elder devil. The 2 fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, but the outcome was still undecided. The eyes of many people from the ancient demonic nation lit up. Lu Ming could really fight the elder devil. His battle strength was shocking and beyond everyone's expectations. The faces of the people from the undead demonic nation also turned ugly. The 4 Elysian children of the 2 nations looked extremely serious. Chapter 2052. This ancient devil is even stronger than Xing He in the Lotus World. During the battle, Lu Ming analyzed the abilities of the ancient demons. Back in the Lotus World, Xing He's cultivation had already reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a quasi-emperor, the same as Gulong. At that time, Lu Ming needed to borrow the power of his 3rd bloodline to fight against Xing He. However, after such a long time, Lu Ming was no longer the same as before. At that time, he was only in the absolute saint realm. Now, he was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. He was only 1 step away from reaching the peak of the absolute saint realm. And now, whether it was the chaotic tribulation finger or the maturity of the Array Dao laws, they were incomparable to before. They had improved greatly. He could even fuse the law of chaos and the law of formation. Lu Ming's combat strength was much stronger than when he was in the Lotus World and Xing He. Now, Lu Ming could suppress Xing He even without using his 3rd bloodline. Of course, that was if Xing He hadn't broken through yet. The battle was still going on. However, Lu Ming had the law of chaos and the law of formation. With them working together, he wasn't any weaker than his opponent. The law of formation gathered 9 dragons to attack. It had the power to destroy and seal. Although the seal would be torn apart by the ancient devil's power every time, it would still disturb him a little. Then he used the chaotic finger of calamity as the main attack. Although the ancient devil was strong, he was still blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the ancient devil exchanged dozens of blows, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Annihilation chaotic finger of calamity. Lu Ming suddenly used the annihilation chaotic finger of calamity. Endless runes covered the chaotic finger of calamity, but they were covered by chaotic light. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to see them. The ancient devil also thought that it was the same as the chaotic finger of calamity. He gathered demonic light and slashed at the chaotic finger of calamity. However, when he hit the chaotic finger of calamity, his expression changed. The power of the chaotic finger of calamity was beyond his expectations. He roared and demonic light burst out of his body to resist the power of the chaotic finger of calamity. However, he was still a little too late. A terrifying power surged out and sent the ancient devil flying. Ancient devil retreated a few thousand meters. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "I lost," The ancient demon took a careful look at Lu Ming before speaking. Then he stepped back and flew to the battleship in the air. I was just lucky, Lu Ming thought to himself. The skill he had just used was a trick. Ancient Devil had been careless, which was why he had been hurt. If he was prepared, Lu Ming might have been able to gain the upper hand, but he might not have been able to beat Ancient Devil. He won. Lu Ming won. Those from the Ancient Devil Nation were overjoyed. Indeed, there was a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Previously, they had been completely suppressed by the Undying Devil Kingdom. Even the two Elysian children had been defeated by the Ancient Devil. He did not expect Lu Ming to appear at the critical moment and defeat Ancient Devil. There was no doubt that the Ancient Devil was the #1 genius of the Undying Devil Kingdom. If even the Ancient Devil had been defeated, then there was no one in the Undying Devil Kingdom that was a match for Lu Ming. Ha! Great! Someone from the Ancient Devil Nation laughed, feeling that they had finally gotten their revenge. Lu Ming, Luo Xin murmured. Her eyes were filled with splendor. Those from the Undying Devil Nation looked gloomy. This time around, they had come prepared. They wanted to make use of the fact that the Ancient Times Emperor was celebrating the passing of his calamity to make use of the younger generation to humiliate the Ancient Devil Nation, causing the Ancient Times Emperor to lose face. Everything was going as planned. They had successfully defeated the geniuses of the Ancient Devil Nation. However, they did not expect Lu Ming to appear and turn the situation around. If Lu Ming had continued to challenge them, wouldn't he have been able to defeat them? The one who regretted it the most was Yuan Tua. He wished he could slap himself. He had challenged Lu Ming first. He had not expected to provoke such a calamity. He did not expect to provoke Lu Ming. The Ancient Devil Nation is indeed full of geniuses. It's a pity that someone is blind. Such a genius is unknown. What a joke! The Undying Emperor laughed. He then stepped out and returned to the battleship. The rest of the people from the Undying Devil Nation followed suit. Rumble! The battleship was activated. It broke through the void and disappeared. The people from the Undying Devil Nation had left. However, the Blue Demon King and Song Yen looked terrible. The Undying Emperor's words were like a slap to their faces. They're finally gone. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Ming. Otherwise, we would have been humiliated by the Undying Devil Nation. That's right. The Undying Devil Nation has a genius who cultivates the immemorial demon path. That's amazing. No matter how amazing they are, they were defeated by Lu Ming in the end. Someone said that Lu Ming is not qualified to take part in the competition. What a joke! After the people from the Undying Devil Nation left, the crowd started to discuss. Some of them were even secretly mocking Yi Futian. A genius like Lu Ming was not allowed to take part in the competition. If Lu Ming was not qualified, who was? Damn it! The Blue Demon King roared in his heart. He could not wait to chop Lu Ming into pieces. As for Song Yen, his face was extremely gloomy. The ancient great emperor looked at the Blue Demon King with dissatisfaction. He then looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, Lu Ming, I heard that you're from the Yura Kingdom? Naturally, the ancient demon emperor had heard the discussions earlier on. That's right. Lu Ming said. Good. The Yura Kingdom actually has a genius like you. You defeated a genius from the immemorial demon path when you're at the peak of the Sage Realm. That's a rare sight. I hereby announce that the ranking of this competition will be changed. You're the first, and the rest will move back by 1 place. The ancient great emperor announced. Song Yan's face changed drastically. Lu Ming was the first, and the rest would move back by 1 place. Song Yan was the third, and he could make a request to the ancient great emperor. But now he was the fourth, and he was not qualified to make a request. Song Yan almost vomited blood. He had thought of a request that would be very useful to him. But now, everything was in vain. It's all Lu Ming's fault. Song Yan was furious. In his opinion, why did Lu Ming have to fight and defeat the ancient devil? Everything was Lu Ming's fault. As for whether he would be humiliated by the Undying Demon Nation, it had nothing to do with him. How could it be more important than him making a request to the ancient great emperor? Do any of you have any objections? The ancient great emperor's gaze swept across the crowd, and it paused on the Blue Demon King and Song Yen. They had 100 or 1,000 objections in their hearts, but none of them dared to say it out loud. Obviously, Lu Ming had defeated the Ancient Devil and saved the Ancient Devil Nation's face. The Ancient Great Emperor was very satisfied with Lu Ming's performance. They could only smile against their will and say that they had no objections. Alright, in that case, Lu Ming is the first. According to my promise, the top 3 can make a request to me. Lu Ming, what do you want? Just say it. Chapter 2053. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The reason why he had challenged the Ancient Devil Emperor was partly because he wanted to spar with him, but more importantly, he wanted to show off his strength and attract the attention of the Ancient Great Emperor. From there, he would have the chance to make a request. Now, Lu Ming had achieved his goal. Great Emperor, Lu Ming wishes to borrow the Ancient Devil Coffin for a month. I hope the Great Emperor can grant my request. Lu Ming clasped his fists at the Ancient Great Emperor and stated his request. The moment he said that, the crowd fell silent. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually made such a request. The Ancient Devil Coffin was the Ancient Devil Nation's national treasure. Only the Ancient Great Emperor had the qualifications to control it. Lu Ming was really bold. He actually wanted to borrow the Ancient Devil Coffin for a month. Luo Xian's heart couldn't help but tighten. He was worried for Lu Ming. Impudent. Lu Ming, don't think that you can take a mile after getting an inch just because you have some talent. The Ancient Devil Coffin is a treasure that you can borrow. The Blue Demon King took the opportunity to stand out and reprimand Luo Xian. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at him. His gaze was fixed on the Ancient Great Emperor. The Ancient Great Emperor frowned. Lu Ming, change your request. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Lu Ming's heart sank. The Ancient Great Emperor also didn't agree. Great Emperor, this junior wants to borrow the Ancient Devil Coffin to save someone. This junior has a relative whose soul is injured and needs the Ancient Devil Coffin to heal. I hope the Great Emperor can grant my request. Lu Ming said again. The Ancient Great Emperor's frown deepened. After a while, he said, Lu Ming, after the banquet, come and find this Great Emperor. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed like there was hope. Then, it was time for the others to make their requests. The requests of the 2 sons of chaos were naturally related to cultivation. The Ancient Great Emperor agreed to them one by one, causing the others to be filled with envy. The Battle of the 10 Earths will begin in less than 3 years. At that time, there will be great opportunities. Therefore, during this period of time, you must cultivate well and raise your cultivation and battle strength. Seize the opportunities in the Battle of the 10 Earths. The Ancient Great Emperor's voice resounded throughout the entire area. Many youths could not help but clench their fists. They had heard of the Battle of 10 Lands and were all looking forward to it. That was a gathering of all the geniuses of the entire primordial realm. How exciting would it be? The banquet continued until the next day, when it finally ended. Everyone left one by one. Princess, I won't return to the Yura Kingdom. Lu Ming bid farewell to Luo Xian, the Luo family patriarch, and the others. Luo Xian sighed in her heart. Ever since she saw Lu Ming's strength, she knew that Lu Ming wouldn't stay in the Yura Kingdom. The waters of the Yura Kingdom were too shallow. They couldn't keep a true dragon. Take care. If there's a chance, come to the Yura Kingdom to look for me. Luo Xian bared her teeth, revealing a pair of canine teeth. She was quite cute. Of course, with such a beautiful princess around, I will definitely think about you. If there's a chance, I will definitely look for you. Lu Ming smiled and joked. Finally, the people of the Yura Kingdom left. The banquet was over, and they were going to return to the Yura Kingdom. Young Master Lu Ming, please follow me. A middle-aged man came in front of Lu Ming. This person was sent by the Ancient Great Emperor. Lu Ming nodded and followed the middle-aged man to a side hall. The Ancient Great Emperor was sitting at the top of the hall. After arriving, the middle-aged man left. Lu Ming, must you borrow the Ancient Demon Coffin? The Ancient Great Emperor didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Yes, Ancient Great Emperor. Without the Ancient Demon Coffin, I'm afraid that my family won't be able to wake up. Lu Ming spoke with a determined expression. The ancient great emperor pondered for a while and said, Lu Ming, if the ancient demon coffin is still with me, I can lend it to you for a month, but... The ancient great emperor paused. Lu Ming was shocked. What did the ancient great emperor mean? Could it be that the ancient demon coffin wasn't with the ancient great emperor? To tell you the truth, the ancient demon coffin was stolen a year ago. The ancient demon emperor paused for a while before continuing. What? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The ancient demon coffin was stolen? How was that possible? Who would be able to steal the ancient demon coffin from the ancient great emperor? However, he didn't think that the ancient great emperor was lying to him. With the ancient great emperor's status, there was no need for him to lie to him. If the ancient great emperor didn't want to lend it to him, Lu Ming couldn't do anything about it. I didn't bring the ancient demon coffin with me. It was hidden in a secret place in the palace. A year ago, it was stolen. After that person stole the ancient demon coffin, he escaped into the demon sea. At that time, I was preparing for my tribulation, so I didn't chase after him. The ancient great emperor said. It's the demon sea. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He had stayed in the Yura kingdom for a while, so he knew some of the scary places in the land of infinite demons. The demon sea was known as one of the 3 forbidden places in the land of infinite demons. It was extremely scary. Since ancient times, countless people had entered it, and countless people had died there. It was said that even great emperors would be in danger if they entered. However, there were also rumors that the demon sea contained great opportunities. If one could obtain it, they would be able to break through. Entering the demon sea was purely based on luck. If one was lucky, even if their cultivation base was low, they would be fine after entering. However, if one was unlucky, even great emperors would be in danger after entering. There was once a great emperor who entered and left with serious injuries, shocking the entire land of infinite demons. Someone stole the ancient demon coffin and escaped into the demon sea. The ancient demon coffin can't be lost. It must be recovered. Now that I've passed my tribulation, I'm preparing to gather a group of people to enter the demon sea and take back the ancient demon coffin. If you want to borrow the ancient demon coffin, you can come with me. However, the situation in the demon sea is unpredictable. I can't guarantee your safety. The ancient great emperor said. Yes, great emperor. I'll go with you. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. No matter what, he had to get the ancient demon coffin and save Autumn Moon. No matter how dangerous it was, he had to give it a try. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal little fellow. All right, you can stay in the palace first. I'll send someone to call you when the time comes. The ancient great emperor said. Then, he asked someone to arrange a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming stayed in the palace and waited. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long before the ancient great emperor sent someone to find him. The person brought Lu Ming to a spacious area. Blue Demon King. Many people had already gathered here. Lu Ming immediately saw the Blue Demon King. The Blue Demon King's gaze swept past Lu Ming, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming discovered that there were several hundred people gathered here. However, they all had one thing in common. They were all very old. There were martial emperors and quasi-emperors. Lu Ming asked someone to find out. Only then did he know that these people were going to enter the demon sea. There were several hundred quasi-emperors and dozens of martial emperors here. Chapter 2054. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Hundreds of quasi-emperors near the end of their lifespans. This was a super demonic nation in the land of infinite demons. However, after thinking about it, Lu Ming understood. Sage realm cultivators could live for 100,000 to 200,000 years. As for quasi-emperors, it was too difficult to break through and reach martial emperor. After so many years, the number of quasi-emperors was definitely shocking. It was not just the ancient demonic nation. It was the same for other places and factions. These people did not have much lifespan left. If they did not find opportunities to break through, they would die of exhaustion sooner or later. As for those martial emperors, they were not at the end of their lifespans. Instead, they were about to face the next tribulation. The tribulation of martial emperors would get stronger with each tribulation. If they did not continue to break through, They would die under the tribulation sooner or later. Since ancient times, countless martial emperors had been born. However, only a few of them were truly immortal. Most of them died under the tribulation. Actually, martial emperors could feel the probability of them surviving the tribulation. For example, these people were not confident of surviving the tribulation. Hence, they wanted to enter the demonic sea to try their luck and see if they could break through. It was the same for the Blue Demon King. He was still a few thousand years away from the next tribulation. A few thousand years might seem long, but to these ancient martial emperors, it was just a blink of an eye. At this moment, space flashed, and the ancient great emperor appeared. Everyone bowed. This time, the main mission of entering the demonic sea is to take back the ancient demonic coffin. At the same time, we can try our luck. The ancient great emperor instructed. Then he waved his hand, and many black jade tokens appeared in the air. Carry these jade tokens with you and you can roughly sense each other's location. If we get separated in the demonic sea, we can meet up according to the location shown on the jade tokens. The ancient great emperor introduced. Then he waved his hand, and the jade tokens flew to everyone, one for each person. Lu Ming also received one and kept it. Let's go. You guys enter my small world first. I'll bring you there. The ancient great emperor said. Then he waved his hand. Lu Ming felt a force enveloping him. In the next moment, he appeared in an unfamiliar place. This is the great emperor's small world? Lu Ming soared into the sky and looked around, exclaiming in amazement. What came into view were vast mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were still living creatures living in the mountains, but Lu Ming realized that these living creatures were different from those in the outside world. It was very likely that this was a creature that had been born in the ancient great emperor's small world. Great emperors controlled the great Tao. However, there were 3,000 great Taos. Different great Taos controlled different great Taos, so the small worlds would naturally be different. The living beings that were born would also be different. It was truly miraculous. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings, feeling extremely curious. Not far away, the Blue Demon King's gaze swept over Lu Ming from time to time, killing intent flashing through his eyes. About half a day later, a force acted on them and they left this place. Lu Ming discovered that they were standing at the peak of a mountain. We are already at the edge of the Demon Sea. The ancient great emperor's voice rang out. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, there seemed to be a layer of dark clouds, as if it was an ocean of clouds. That place was boundless, with no end in sight. This was the Demon Sea. The Demon Sea was not a real sea, but a sea of demonic aura. The Demon Sea was filled with endless demonic aura, and the area was vast and boundless. It was like a vast ocean, so it was called the Demon Sea. Once we enter the Demon Sea, everything will become unpredictable. You must follow me closely, the ancient great emperor said, and then rushed into the Demon Sea. Everyone followed closely behind the ancient great emperor. Chi. Lu Ming discovered that the moment they rushed into the Demon Sea, the black fog adhered to Lu Ming's body and had a strong corrosive effect. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated his saint power to resist. Fortunately, the corrosion was not very strong. A quasi-emperor was enough to resist it. They flew forward for a while, and then flew down in a straight line. The terrain of the Demon Sea seemed to be very low. They kept descending for tens of thousands of meters. However, the lower they went, the fainter the demonic aura seemed to be. Towards the end, they only needed to circulate their saint power to resist it. Only then did they see the ground. It was a boundless land, a land of gray. The entire land was gray and deathly still, devoid of any life force. After they landed, they were highly focused. This was the Demon Sea, one of the 3 most terrifying forbidden lands in the land of infinite demons. If they were unlucky, even a great emperor would be injured. Naturally, they did not dare to be careless and were on full alert. The ancient great emperor spread out his spiritual consciousness, as if he was sensing something, and then flew into the depths of the Demon Sea. The ancient great emperor's speed was very slow, and everyone could still keep up. This area was really dead, and there was no vitality. They flew for an entire day, and no one knew how long they had flown, but they did not encounter a single living thing, nor did they encounter any danger. Look, an ancient city. At this moment, someone shouted. Everyone looked to the side and saw an ancient city in the middle of a huge mountain. However, it was only a ruined city. It had completely collapsed, as if it had fallen from the sky. They went to take a look, but they did not find anything. In the past, some people speculated that the Demon Sea was an ancient battlefield. However, some people said that the things in the Demon Sea fell from the sky, which was why the Demon Sea was formed. Judging from this ancient city alone, it really seemed to have fallen from the sky. At this moment, the ancient great emperor suddenly turned around and looked behind him. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked behind them, but there was nothing behind them. They didn't find anything. Some people felt their hair stand on end. Could there really be something behind them? Otherwise, why would the great emperor be so vigilant? Great Emperor, what did you find? Someone asked. The ancient great emperor frowned and shook his head. Let's leave this place. After saying that, he flew forward. Everyone followed, but many of them had solemn expressions. Even the great emperor seemed to be wary of something that made their hair stand on end. They could not be so unlucky as to encounter something that even the great emperor was wary of, right? If that was the case, the situation would not be good. Very soon, they had flown a very long distance. At this moment, the ancient great emperor suddenly stopped. He looked at the void beside him and shouted, "Get out here!" Boom! Following that, the ancient great emperor struck out with his palm. The strength of the great emperor was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. The entire void was shattered by his palm. Rumble! The void exploded. At this moment, everyone saw a figure wrapped in a black robe. His appearance could not be seen clearly at all. However, the strength of this figure was extremely shocking. His body kept flickering and was extremely fast. None of the ancient great emperor's palm hit him. A great emperor powerhouse. Everyone's expressions changed and became incomparably ugly. Chapter 2055. That figure kept flickering at an extremely fast speed. Swoosh. Suddenly, that figure waved his hand and slashed out a terrifying demonic light towards the ancient great emperor. This demonic light was like a peerless demonic blade with boundless power. It even split the sky open. Boom! The ancient great emperor rushed up and blasted out a shocking palm print. It collided with the demonic light, causing the sky to rumble. So it's you. Hand over the ancient demonic coffin. The ancient great emperor roared. His figure flashed and rushed towards the other party, launching a terrifying attack. The other party was not afraid at all. His body was covered in demonic light as he fought with the ancient great emperor. Retreat! Someone shouted. They frantically retreated. That black figure was definitely a great emperor. The aftermath of a battle between great emperors was too terrifying. If one was caught in it, only death would await them. In an instant, they retreated thousands of miles. Boom! Boom! In that area, the void was completely destroyed. One could see how intense the battle was. Many people's faces turned pale. They did not expect to meet such a terrifying expert as soon as they entered. At the same time, they also thought of the ancient great emperor's words. Could it be that the ancient demonic coffin was stolen by this figure? Lu Ming clenched his fists. He hoped that the ancient great emperor could defeat the other party and take back the ancient demonic coffin. If the ancient great emperor could not take it back, he would have even less hope. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. There was no need for him to shout. Everyone saw it. In front of them, a pitch-black gust of wind swept towards them. The gust of wind covered a very wide area. It was as if it covered the sky and earth. No, it was not a gust of wind. It was a type of insect. A type of pitch-black insect. There was an endless number of them. They gathered together and flapped their wings, bringing about an endless gust of wind that swept towards Lu Ming and the others. From afar, it was a pitch-black gust of wind. Those are demonic armor insects. Gosh, why are there so many of them? An old man whose hair was almost falling out exclaimed. He was a boundary emperor and his face was extremely ugly at this moment. The demon armor insect was a very scary type of demon insect. Alone, it might not be strong, but in a group, it was very scary. Furthermore, there were endless demon armor insects here. It was unknown how many there were. Those above Martial Emperor, block the demon armor insects. Those below Martial Emperor, run. In the distance, the ancient Great Emperor's voice could be heard. They didn't dare to disobey the Great Emperor's orders. Immediately, the Martial Emperors charged at the demon armor insects, including the Blue Demon King. Boom! Boom! Dozens of Martial Emperors attacked at the same time, including True Emperors and Void Emperors. Large numbers of demonic armor insects were killed, falling to the ground like raindrops. Many of them even turned into ashes under the horrifying power of the Martial Emperor. However, there were too many demon armor insects. They were a black mass, seemingly endless. Many of them still managed to break through the encirclement of the Martial Emperors and charge towards Lu Ming and the others. Go! Someone shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several hundred quasi-emperors fled in all directions, flying into the distance. Lu Ming also rushed in the same direction. Pooh! Pooh! A strong wind blew, and the countless demon armor insects formed an arc, trying to surround them. Charge! Lu Ming unleashed his full power. His speed was faster than many quasi-emperors as he rushed towards an opening. There were no demon armor insects there. However, when Lu Ming was about to charge out of the encirclement of the demon armor insects, his expression changed slightly. This was because demon armor insects had appeared in front of him. However, there weren't many of them. They couldn't be compared to the endless demon armor insects. Charge over! Lu Ming gritted his teeth and charged over. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each demon armor insect was the size of a fist. They were pitch black, as if they were made of black iron. They were like pitch-black cannonballs as they charged at Lu Ming. A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This battle sword was an emperor weapon. A battle sword was the best weapon to deal with such demon armor insects. It was better than a spear. With a swing of the battle sword, dozens of demon armor insects were cut in half by Lu Ming. However, compared to the densely packed demon armor insects, dozens of them were nothing. There were still many demon armor insects charging at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated his saint power and combined it with the law of primal chaos to form a protective shield around his body. Boom! Boom! The demon armor insects crashed into the protective shield. There were continuous rumbles, and the protective shield shook violently. However, they couldn't break through Lu Ming's defense for the time being. Kill! Lu Ming wielded the emperor weapon battle sword and slashed continuously. A large number of demon armor insects were killed. In a few breaths, hundreds of demon armor insects fell to the ground. These demon armor insects weren't very strong individually. However, there were too many of them. They charged at Lu Ming fearlessly, crashing into Lu Ming's protective shield. If this continued, Lu Ming's saint power would be depleted quickly. Once his saint power was depleted, he would be in danger. At this moment, the other boundary emperors were also surrounded by the demon armor insects. They were constantly being attacked by the demon armor insects. They also charged forward with all their might, killing the demon armor insects and charging forward. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming kept slashing with his battle sword. With each slash, a large number of demon armor insects were killed. He charged forward quickly. Everywhere he passed, the demon armor insects fell like raindrops. Fortunately, this wasn't the place where the demon armor insects gathered. It was just the border area where there were fewer demon armor insects. Soon, Lu Ming broke through the encirclement and flew forward quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind him, the wind howled. Countless demon armor insects chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming lowered his head and flew madly. After flying for at least a few hours, the demon armor insects behind him finally disappeared without a trace. However, Lu Ming was completely separated from the others. Look at the map. Lu Ming took out the map given by the ancient Great Emperor. He poured his saint power into it. The jade tablet glowed and a picture floated in the air. However, there was nothing unusual on the map. There was only a dot of light shining. Lu Ming compared it. The position of this dot of light was where he was. This dot of light was him. It seems that only by activating this jade tablet will there be a dot of light floating on it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Now that everyone was fighting, there was naturally no dot of light floating. Then, Lu Ming realized that he was lost. He had been flying around randomly and constantly changing directions. At this moment, he didn't know where he was. In the end, Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. In the next few days, Lu Ming didn't meet anyone or any living creatures. It was as if he was the only one left in this world. He didn't know how much distance he had flown in these few days. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, Lu Ming heard faint battle cries coming from ahead. Lu Ming was shocked. This was because the battle cries didn't come from one or two people or dozens of people. It sounded like thousands of soldiers and horses were roaring. Why would there be thousands of soldiers and horses here? Lu Ming was curious.